And welcome back, everyone, to the stream of the FIDE World Championship match between Ding Luren and Gukesh. And today I have a completely new guest, which I'm excited to have here, Thomas Beerdsen from the Netherlands. So welcome, Thomas, for the stream. I'm excited for the round today.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't see one e4, which we just discussed, but
yeah, the game just kicked off, so we can already see what happened. So Ding went for c4. Yeah, we see a lot of different moves already on the first move, right? I think both players are mixing up the first move already just to confuse their opponents.
they're playing quite fast for the moment.
Yeah, so we have in English, and this move bishop b4. Have you seen this before, or have you analyzed it?
I've seen it, but I've never analyzed it before, so I hope you can tell me more about it, because yeah, this is not really my territory.
Yeah, I'm excited for this because I played this line bishop b4 many times with the black pieces, and it's somewhat of an by now it's probably not really offbeat, but the main line is of course knight f6, when there's a lot of theory, but bishop b4 immediately attacks the knight on c3 when black would like to take and ruin white's pawn structure, somewhat similar to the Sicilian, and therefore white goes knight d5, which was already played, and bishop e7 played by Gukesh. In this position, as far as I know, there are many moves. I played a5 here myself with black. And the bishop often goes back to c5 and then c6, kicking away the knight. Lots of theory here by now, but Gukesh goes for bishop e7, which is probably the main move. And yeah, also kind of an unstandard position, so this could definitely be interesting today.
I mean, this is all new to me, but the fact that you say this is unstandard makes me a little bit more happy at it.
I think it is, yeah. I mean, better than, I don't know, like some Slav or something. Here the structure is somewhat new, I would say. I mean, not that orthodox. That would be my guess.
So let's see, how does white continue here normally?
I think knight f3 maybe, or also d4 is one move. I think it's d4, d6, something like.
Right as you say, that d4 comes.
D4 is quite likely. I'm trying to recall because there are some ideas. Maybe it's actually e takes d4, and often a position like this can happen: knight e7, queen e7, and bishop g5. I think this is one of the lines when white can often capture on f6, creating doubled pawns in black's camp. But usually, even in an endgame like this, for example, black would be quite solid.
Actually, I I had this almost exactly this position in a Simon a few weeks ago, and I was like, okay, I should be better here. But actually, in practice, it was not so easy to to break this down. Yeah.
Like a structure like this, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, white can probably play for something, but black is very solid overall. Yeah. So this is one of the types of position I can remember. But for now, we are in the position after bishop e7 when it looks like Ding is trying to recall what exactly it is they prepared here.
I mean, it is kind of early to start thinking already, but
yeah, that's true, and we've seen this from Ding actually in quite a couple of games. Like for example, in the first game, where one of the main lines in the French game, and he started spending 20 minutes basically in the starting position, which confused many people.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, maybe he just wants some time to like get into the game, and yeah, that could be one explanation. But still, as you said, it's a little bit strange.
I see move now, but that was because I was checking that myself. So what happens if I go knight f3? Do you just, what does black do even? Do you go c6 or no?
If knight f3, I would go d6 probably.
And then d4, does that make a difference?
And then d4, yeah. It might transpose if I take on d4.
Yeah, just thinking if I can take with the knight, if that helps or not. Knight f3 played.
Knight
Okay.
f3 played and d6, yeah. You wanted to take with the knight. Yeah, that would be
I
an
don't know
extra
if it's
option.
anything, but
But Ding went for g3 after a short think, which now actually leads to some sort of close Sicilian, I would say. At least it's quite similar, even though black has lost some time with going bishop b4 and bishop b7 back.
yeah, and we're still, there's still some games in this position, but it's already thinning out a little. I see okay, now for real. I only see 4 games now in the database.
Okay, that's great news for us, yeah. Another fresh position. I think we haven't had any extreme theoretical debates here, where some main lines are played.
No, not really, no, yeah. Exchange French, probably not really the most critical one, for example.
Or Ding's preparations, for example, they've all been somewhat in the Richard Report style, not not that well known. So that's good for us.
So okay, I guess it only makes sense to grab the bishop now, yeah? Not taking it would be a waste of how
would be a little bit strange, yeah.
Yeah.
And probably black would take back with the queen, yeah, just to. I mean, I guess you could also make a point for taking with the knight, but I would like to take with the queen and then follow up with knight f6 castle and then probably d5 at some point.
Somehow the knight feels more logical on f6, yeah.
Yeah, on e7 it might be a little misplaced, yeah. Also with the queen on e7 we are supporting this d5 push because the pawn on e5 is always protected.
And how crazy is it after knight e7, queen e7, did you go f5 at some point with black? Or is that just too aggressive for me?
Yeah, maybe that's also an idea, to go f5 and then knight f6, for example, yeah. Bishop g2 and now f5. Yeah, that's certainly an idea as well, yeah. I'm a little bit worried about the dark squares here, but I guess it's a stylistic choice, yeah. Like d3, for example, knight f6, short castle, and you might have some attack in the future on the king side.
It's also hard to see how you will actually do something in this attack.
Yeah, somehow without having the dark squared bishop, it might be a little bit harder to.
F4 would be sort of the move that you have to play, but even then you're not threatening anything.
Yeah, that's true. Black needs a lot of time, yeah. For example, something like queen f7, queen h5, and then slowly f4, yeah. Yeah, so f5 is of course one option, and I think Ding has taken on e7, yeah.
Okay, I don't think we will see f5 here. I was just wondering, it's just that he takes with the knight. Okay.
He does. Okay, that's interesting. So Kukash is still in preparation. Bishop g2 was played, and now I'm wondering what pushes he's playing for. I assume it's still d5, and he goes f6. I was just about to say that. It looks a bit strange, right? To go f6.
Yeah, it looks strange, but actually when you think about it, okay, he just wants d5, and then it starts to make a little bit more sense.
Yeah, that's one idea, of course. With the knight on e7, black can play f6, and now the pawn on e5 is very well protected, and he will just push d5, and black will have a nice center, which probably very much makes up for white's bishop pair.
I mean, somehow if black gets what he wants here, it feels very harmonious. You have to put all these pawns on black squares, and then the light squared bishop will cover all the other squares.
Yeah, if black gets everything, like d5, short castle, bishop e6, knight d7, it would look very, very decent. And Ding is starting to have a think here.
I mean, probably he will think for is this the moment where he takes the first very long think, or?
It's possible, yeah. I mean, there haven't been any games, but I assume it's one of the top engine choices. So, yeah, he could have. I guess the team could have gone a bit deeper, but from my feeling, often in the match, Ding at certain positions, the team just stopped analyzing because they just felt it's playable, and they don't need to go any deeper there. What do you think?
I mean, that could very well be possible. Like, I think it's not a very bad strategy as well. Like, you cannot prepare anything until the end.
Exactly, and it's more important to cover like the forcing lines than
yeah. And once you reach like a playable position, then it's like, okay, fine, and we'll see when we get there. Yeah.
And the playable position, both players definitely got. That's
this is looking very interesting for both colors actually.
So what do you think White is playing for here? Like, which pawn pushes does he want?
Okay, this is like my style is really aggressive and not very positional, so I'm scared to make like horrible.
No, go for it. Go for it.
Horrible decisions, but okay. So the first move that would come to mind. Okay, first I would castle.
Yeah,
and then let's say castle.
Yeah.
And then I would probably go for d4, but I'm already slightly worried about, like, let's say you go e4 and maybe I should have gone to e1 actually, or no? Does that make any sense, or?
I will anyway go d5 probably.
Yeah, it's not so easy to. Yeah, anyway, wherever I go with my knight, it feels slightly misplaced somehow. Like, even if I go to e1 and I go to c2 and e3, like, what am I even doing?
E3,
even doing? But what am I even doing there? Like,
yeah, the pawn on
d5 is well defended.
Yeah, this does look okay for black, I think. So
yeah, okay,
what my idea was after castle, I thought that, I mean, this typical plan in this structure is for white to go d3 and then to start like a
that was the next thing I would say, d3 and
an initiative on the queen side, yeah. But the question is if white is in time for all of that. Let's say white goes d3 and just d5, yeah. Bishop e6 will come. Looks like this b4, a4, b5 is a bit slow here.
Yeah, so how would... Okay. Can I go b4 anyway, and then after bishop e6, just queen c2?
Yeah, that's reasonable, yeah. Let's say 97, looks logical.
Yeah, I don't know. I would prefer to be black, actually, after this. I don't know. It feels more... To me, it feels more natural to play for black here, I think.
But what does black want now? It's also not so easy to see. Does he play on the queen side?
Just wait for now, at least. Put a rook on c8.
Yeah, you could do that, yeah. Yeah, definitely it's not so easy for white to also find something. Maybe a4, and you said rook c8 here, yeah?
Yeah.
Which makes it basically impossible for me to play b5, at least for now.
So, like, probably white goes like 92 or something, yeah, I guess you need to be very patient here.
92, knight b3 would be one option, maybe to jump into a5 to target this pawn, yeah. Also bishop e3 might be one idea, just to make some trouble here. I don't know, I'm always a big fan of the two bishops, so I'm a bit, you know, not that objective here, maybe.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was taught to like the two bishops, but I'm not so sure myself.
You like the unconventional thinking, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but still, it seems like this maybe with d3 is kind of the way to go, since as we concluded after d4, black will be able to get some sort of French structure after, let's say, e4, knight d2, and then d5. When it seems like black has very good control along the light squares, and the dark squared bishop in white's camp cannot really do any damage here.
Yeah.
That was my impression.
Yeah, it does feel like that. So, is there anything to say for like just not moving this d pawn at first and just start pushing somehow? Or you have to move it eventually anyway, yeah?
Just wait with d4, yeah?
Or d3
or
for
d3.
that.
Yeah, that does make sense. I mean,
but
castle and castle look very logical, right? I mean,
yeah,
I
but
don't.
okay, I guess as soon as you go bishop e6, I have to protect the pawn anyway, and then d3 is probably the most natural way to do it. So
yeah, b3 is also one option to protect the pawn, but I mean, I thought it could be an idea to go queen c2 here. After castle, castle, queen c2 to prepare d4 without allowing e4. I don't know if does it make any sense?
Yeah, I think it does, no? Because this e4 was the problem. So, but can I go d5 now?
Yeah, of course. That's not so nice of you. Yeah, because now if I do go d4, you have e4 again, and I don't know what else I'm doing here, basically. Yeah, so most likely you will have to go for some d3 anyway.
And then we're gonna end up in that position more or less where we already were.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to get like the big center with e4 and d4, but the issue is if I want to prepare d4 by going e4, you probably just go c5, and then something like knight c6, already f5 could be coming. Looks pretty nice for black.
Yeah, that feels wrong somehow. Yeah.
So Ding
is he still thinking?
Still
Yeah.
thinking, as it seems. Yeah.
So he is going for this long thing.
Yeah, it's the first very critical moment of the game. Yeah. Yeah, Ding's time management has been a little bit. I mean, you could maybe say strange at some points. Of course, it's very hard to critique in a World Championship match. There's so much.
Yeah. No, but okay, the time management is probably just not good. Yeah, like.
Yeah. Probably that's the way to put it. I asked already our previous guests if they do have any I don't know strategies when it comes to time management. I will just briefly tell you what the previous guest said, and then it's your turn to answer the question. So Levon Aronian, who we had as a guest, said that it all comes down from game to game, and that you should not have any like strategies for every game, that you have a certain amount after 20 moves, a certain amount of time after 30 moves, but that it all comes down to the game. And Nils Grandelius, who I had on yesterday, also agreed with that statement. So what do you think? Does it make sense to have like a schedule which you want to have every game, or just every game is different when it comes to time management?
No, I don't really have a schedule. I try to play fast, but sometimes because I used to play very fast, but at some point I was starting to get in time trouble every game, so I'm trying to change it again. But I think in general, the best rule of thumb is probably just to stay above your opponent's time. But that way, it's a bit more easy to avoid going into time trouble. But no, I don't think I've ever aimed for like having a certain amount of times after a certain amount of moves, or like I don't think I've ever thought about it like that.
But it's important for you just to have more time than your opponent, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah.
For example, when I played a game on Saturday, when I was like sitting right behind you, I got in time trouble and I blundered there. So, and on Sunday, the game was also basically decided in, well, I had 1 minute, my opponent had 4 minutes, and then he blundered because he made a move instantly. So, I mean, still a lot of those games are decided by time trouble. So
exactly, yeah. So many things can happen if you're low on time.
Yeah.
It's yeah. No, there are there are many different strategies when it comes to time management. It's always interesting to hear what grandmasters think about it.
Like especially with no increment, okay, it's just dangerous to get below a certain amount of time, yeah, because like at some point you just cannot make the moves anymore because you don't get the extra time.
Exactly, yeah. This is another thing which comes, which is an additional point in this match, that they don't have any increment for the first 40 moves.
Yeah.
Which is not really common, I would say, in chess tournaments.
No, I cannot remember the last time I played with no increment, to be honest.
I think there's the Granca tournament. I think they also play without
Ah,
increment.
yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
if you've played there.
Yes, I've played there, yeah. They also have this rule that I'm not exactly when, but you can basically claim that you get increment at some point.
Oh, really?
Like if you're defending some endgame, you can like claim increment of I'm not sure how many seconds, and it counts as a draw offer as well. So it was very weird, but there was this rule. Yeah.
That's funny. I've never heard about it. It reminds me of this Nihal Sarin story in the team global chess league, I think.
Against Darda.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Where what happened there again? Can you remember? Was it that Nihal claimed that Darda is not trying to make any progress?
Yeah, he was claiming that Darda was just trying to flag, not win by position.
And his
okay,
claim was accepted, right? In the end.
Yeah, it was accepted, but
Yeah.
I don't remember the position. But the claim was accepted, yeah, and the game declared a draw.
Yeah, that was kind of shocking because I think most chess players, I think even many grandmasters didn't really know about this rule.
Yeah, and I think Darda was just also too shocked to like protest or because I mean you were just playing and then suddenly that happens.
Yeah, you hear about the rule which you never heard before, most likely. It's just shocking, yeah. So, by the way, I was just thinking about the position, and I thought, let's say white castles, black castles, and in this position, we said that black most likely plays for d5. But now I was thinking that black could maybe also go for c5, and then should try and set up like a Maroczy bind. I want to follow up by knight c6, bishop e6, and then maybe d5.
So, and this is not to so is this not to like do you make it easy for me to go b4 at some point, or is this or you don't mind? Like let's say
how do you get it though?
Okay, let's say I just go for it immediately, like rook b1 or a3.
Rook b1, knight c6, a3, yeah, and a5.
You just go a5.
And Ding has castled, so let's go. Yeah, I would go a5. But yeah, if bishop d2, maybe also a4 in that position.
Yeah, that does feel okay for you, yeah.
I mean, that would be another completely different idea, at least.
But okay, castle and bishop e6 have been played. So he's trying to force a decision from Ding to what he will do about this pawn.
Yeah. He's attacking the pawn, and most likely Ding will defend it by going d3. But
yeah, that does feel the most natural. Like you have to go for it at some point anyway. Queen c2 creates like the illusion of staying flexible, but I don't think it's really that much.
Yeah, also after queen c2, c5 does make a lot of sense as well. Because now the queen is probably misplaced on c2. I actually prefer this plan with c5 because now the dark squares are all covered. And I mean, after d5, of course, it's also a very active approach. But now I was a bit scared of this of these dark squares, for example, b3, bishop a3. But of course, also here, black should be very much okay.
No, but this is also in line with the harmonious setup that you're aiming for, yeah? Like with this f6 and the like all these pawns on black squares.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
And the light square bishop.
Yeah. So we might see this idea with c5 as well. We'll see what Kukash has in mind.
So after 93, does he go c5 or he castles, or what do you think?
After d3?
I guess he just castle first, no? Or
I mean, if castle, then white could go b4, which might... At least now c5 is probably a bit...
yeah.
It feels a bit wrong here, yeah, to go c5.
I just turn on the engine and it's also suggesting queen d7.
Instead of short castle?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a move I never even thought about.
No, me neither, but once I saw it, it's like, okay, it looks interesting. Yeah, just maybe start attacking like a dragon.
Bishop h3, h5, h4 is the idea, or?
Maybe.
Wow. Okay, let's say I just go if b4, do you want a5 or?
No, just bishop h3.
Bishop h3, and let's say rook b1.
do I just ignore you and go h5 or?
I mean, that's so surprising, yeah, because you have like only 3 attackers basically.
Yeah,
But
my king's still in the middle, and I also still need 2 more moves to get castles, or more once you go b5. My knight is kind of stuck, so.
yeah, on top of that queen d7, it kind of blocks the knight on b8. So yeah, that's a very creative approach. That's interesting. Just queen d7. This is like the computer's first suggestion here.
No, I mean, like all suggestions were like equal to each other, but this queen d7 just stood out to me because like I didn't consider it at first, but once I saw it, I'm a very attacking player, so it immediately got me excited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, huh? Queen d7.
And if you're well prepared there, then it might be a good option. Like if you know you can play like that and that it's fine, then he might go for it. But okay, it could also be risky, and he might just castle short and play more solid. But
yeah, I mean, Gukesh hasn't really been shying away from complications, I would say.
yeah.
So this will be an interesting decision for him to make. But for now, it's still Ding's turn if I'm.
Yeah, he's still thinking it.
Yeah.
So he's already 20 minutes behind. Well, 24.
Yeah, that's already quite surprising, I would say. I mean, how the match is going, maybe not so much anymore, but Ding's time management has been often somewhat of a mystery.
Yeah, I'm really curious if he will go queen d7 and just go for this attack.
Yeah, no, that's.
I hope he does, but
yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, then we will not get bored for sure. I mean, anyway, we won't, but that would be interesting. A question from the chat. Ding chose this as white and is now thinking so much while Gukesh is barely a minute down. Yeah, that's what we were saying. It's kind of surprising, but I think, as we said before, maybe Ding's team often just concluded with certain positions that they felt like it's just playable, and that Ding will be fine there just to play the position. So this is our feeling here, that they might have just concluded their analysis here.
But yeah, if this attack is coming, then then I would like to be a bit more prepared. But
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, the thing is with this stopping preparation, at some point you feel like it's okay, but sometimes you are missing like one very concrete continuation.
You stopped like 1 or 2 moves too early, and then you actually have to find some only moves or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that recently where I played some line where I knew I could stack a pawn, and of course I did it then. So okay, he deviated with not the best move, and I had no idea what to do. But I had to find some very strange only moves, which was the only way to get an advantage, but also the only way to not end up in a worse position. And I couldn't find it, so just the whole pawn stack idea was just immediately just bad because I basically stopped preparing for like 1 move too early or something. Yeah. So
yeah, that often happens if we prepare with the computer, then we just miss sometimes, even not always, but sometimes a logical move which is not not suggested by the computer. But then it actually turns out to be quite tricky to handle.
Yeah, like these normal human like moves, which are bad according to the computer, it's sometimes not so easy.
Yeah.
Okay, there's moves.
Yeah, b3 happened and d5 was played. Actually, b3 was suggested also by someone in the chat, so I just wanted to get back to that. I guess b3 is somewhat flexible because at some point you actually might go d4, so that made sense. And I guess Ding saw that the plan with b4 and b5 is not really that effective in most cases.
Yeah, but he is not going for the black squares now, yeah, because he did go d5.
Yeah, he went d5. Yeah, c5 was still quite an interesting option instead of d5. But maybe here white can push some e3, d4 very soon. Let's say bishop e2, knight c6, and e3. That could be an idea.
Yeah, that looks fine actually. Yeah.
So that's probably another upside of going b3, that maybe the setup with c5 is not as effective. But d5 was played, which is probably a better version now for black, arguably.
So he is still in prep. I wonder how many more moves he will blitz out.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about Kukash's preparation here in general in the match?
So yeah, I think in general he has been blitzing out every opening, no? Or like my memory is very bad, so I have looked at all the games, but if you ask me what was game one's opening, I would not be able to tell you actually. I just
Game one was the French.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the French which
Yeah.
game won.
Also one game where Kukash blitzed out the first 15 moves probably, yeah. So
Bishop a3.
bishop a3.
Nice.
So I assume that white is not scared at all for black taking the pawn on c4, because after d takes c4, b takes c4, bishop c4, I guess white can open up the position somehow, maybe with d4, unless there is even something.
Yeah, I am wondering what you will do actually here.
I could also throw in rook b1 maybe, but it somehow feels a bit wrong for black to go here, but of course it's not.
It does, but okay, let's see.
It's not entirely easy. So the two moves I would be thinking about would be d4 or rook b1 first. I don't know.
Yeah.
How do you protect the pawn after rook b1? Just one question.
Okay, it looks kind of ugly, but can I go bishop a6?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
But you just go queen b3 or?
I can even give another pawn, yeah.
Ah, wait, e2. Okay, no.
Queen b3, but I don't know, it does look very dangerous for black, yeah? Rook e1, for example, or maybe take on b7, I'm not sure.
Okay, this is starting to get in my territory, so...
Yeah, now you will take over.
Okay, so rook e1 probably, yeah?
Rook e1, yeah, logical. Yeah, and if, let's say, black just goes back to defend the pawn, now d4 will probably just end the game, basically, yeah. Black king cannot castle, and the position is just...
Maybe just knight e5 also.
Also knight e5, yeah, and after takes rook e5. Knight on e7 will fall. So yeah,
taking e2 is too much, yeah, that's...
Yeah, I thought maybe black can defend the pawn by going queen c7, for example, but maybe now d4.
Yeah, and then the problem is that even if you get castled as black, you're still not completely out of trouble because you're still on the pin and some pieces are kind of loose.
Yeah.
So he didn't take the pawn.
He didn't go for that. He just castled, which does make sense, and still playing fairly quickly, yeah. Which makes me wonder if he's.
This was the first move that he took a small fault, yeah.
Yeah, but not that long as he would like be on his own. I think if he would not know the position anymore, my guess would be that he might spend more than 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Just a guess.
So okay, no queen e7, bishop a3 attack anyway for now.
Yeah, unluckily. Actually, could he have done that after b3? Like, let's say go maybe b3 queen d7.
Maybe it just wasn't possible anyway. Because also after bishop a3, d6 starts to become an issue.
Yeah, but after bishop a3, I might switch plans again with going c5.
And then e3?
E3, yeah. And just d4 is coming, knight c6,
yeah.
d4. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, maybe bishop a3, yeah, just to stop bishop h3. That's a cool idea. Okay. So this is the current position after short castle when Ding is again having a small think.
Yeah, because how do you continue now? Because this b4 b5 plan is not coming anytime soon. So I guess you need to be very patient once again here. Or?
Yeah, I could also try d4, maybe. which probably forces you to go e4.
Yeah.
And then to go maybe knight. I don't know where the knight is going. I mean, we had a similar position before, and it still seems.
But at
to
least
me like
the dark squared white's dark squared bishop feels more active now.
Yeah, it's on a3. Yeah. Still looks like black should be okay, but now it's at least like a playable position. I'm not sure if the knight wants to go to e3 or to d2. Let's say I go to d2. And how do you develop?
So my first instinct would be just to step out of the spin because I don't like it. So
Like
where do you put the rook?
Rook f7,
F7
maybe?
or e8? I guess F7.
Yeah, because it might come in handy here because in the case black starts a kingside attack with f5.
Yeah.
Or even maybe swing to the kingside, like g5 followed by h5, rook h7 could be an idea sometimes.
Yeah, or you could go after like 92, maybe f5 and just aim to step out of the pin with rook f6 immediately.
That's also an idea, huh? Rook f6.
It feels too aggressive too. Like there's not a lot of attackers, and also this knight on e7 is not really joining the attack easily, I guess.
Yeah, and I might also think about counter-attacking in the center with f3. Not sure about it, but...
So there's a move.
Rook c1 was played, yeah. Rook c1 is on the board.
So he's trying to stay flexible with his d-pawn for as long as possible.
Yeah, and rook c1 is anyway a very logical move. So... Because the c-file is very likely to open up at some point, is my guess. Unless Gukesh goes for d4 at some point, but that feels a bit wrong here. Because after d4, I guess white can open up the position with e3.
Yeah, that looks wrong. So anyway, do you develop the knight here as black or do you step out of the pin?
I would also like to develop the knight from b8. Let's say I just go knight d7. I'm not sure what I will do next, but it seems logical. I mean, you could now think about trading on d5, trading on e7 and going rook c7, but I thought it should be okay for black. I don't know, defending the pawn.
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
You
if
do
you
have
can...
control of the c-file, but
is this rook even doing so much on the sevens? Like,
yeah, not
like do I even have to protect this pawn, or can I go like rook c8 and pretend I'm going to trap you if you take on b7 at some point, or is that too much?
Yeah, if I'm boring, I guess I could go queen c2 here as well.
Or maybe instead after rook c7, queen d6. I just want to.
And if rook b7, it's probably getting trapped somehow. Yeah.
Somehow, yeah.
Maybe
I'm not seeing it.
Maybe a5 or queen c6 first. Queen c6, rook b4, a5, and the rook has to maybe go to h4 or something.
But at least it's out then, yeah. So
yeah. But it doesn't look too inspiring, yeah.
Knight b6 does still not. Yeah, knight b6, no?
Yeah, knight b6, yeah. And then bishop c8 is probably just coming, yeah.
So you can go queen c2 to threaten queen c7. This is probably all very irrelevant. It's okay.
Yeah, most likely not to appear on the board, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, knight d7, yeah. To me it looks logical, but you also made a point for just moving the rook f7, for example. Does also make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, rook f7 or rook e8. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, both are options, yeah. And it seems to me like Ding will slowly run out of useful waiting moves, so now he has to do something in the center. Probably with d4, but not sure about it. I guess he could also go for d3 and then maybe e4 could also be an idea.
Yeah, d3 is extremely slow, but maybe it's fine.
Now it also seems a bit strange to have the rook on c1 with d3.
Yeah.
But I mean, d4 is somehow in the style, I would say. and then knight d2. And as I said, I think white also might have ideas to play in the center with f3 in some cases.
Okay, so I'm seeing some engine lines, which one plan for white is knight e1 and then c d5 and then f4 at some point. Just
oh, wow. For example,
okay,
here with rook on f7, yeah, knight e1. Let's say knight d7. And you said cd, cd, f4, yeah?
No, but this was without d4 even.
Ah, without d4. Wow.
Yeah. So like just in the live position right now, I saw one line where
after rook f7, or who is?
No, the engine was suggesting queen d7 for black, then
okay.
knight e1 for white, which is looking completely weird to me, but
but f4 is coming, yeah, and now the bishop on a3 will make a lot of sense here. Yeah, that's a nice plan. I haven't thought about it at all.
And I was just curious, like, what is going on here?
It is actually a common idea in this like English. Often white goes for f4.
I have seen it before in some position. There was this line where you also go where black has the center, I think, with d5 and e5, and white goes bishop g5, starting to put pressure on the d5 pawn, and then also f4 at some point.
Yeah, there are these ideas, yeah. Yeah, kind of, yeah, in this kind of Grunfeld lines also.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I would be kind of surprised if Ding plays like this, because it's not, probably not that human, but I think Ding has a lot of experience.
Yeah, no, I don't think.
He has a lot of experience in the English, so it might be possible. By the way, after queen d7, knight d1 also makes sense, because you might have knight d3 threatening knight c5 at some point.
Ah, yeah.
And Gukash went a5, which is also quite a reasonable move.
Yes. Because, like, I mean, if you get another move, just a4, no?
Yeah, seems like a4 is just coming, and then it puts the bishop a3 in question.
So he's trying to get rid of this pin by just getting rid of this bishop somehow. Yeah, he's not moving the rook, but he just wants to get rid of the pin by active play.
Yeah, basically. I like the idea. And now knight e1 seems a bit slow, yeah, this idea from before. I guess just a4, right? After a5, knight e1. Seems a bit slow here, yeah? To see.
I mean, I guess I would take on d5
and then take on a4, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, but
again, the knight on e1 does make some sense, because if it appears on c5, it could cause a lot of trouble.
Yeah, now you're still not getting rid of the spin, so that means you're still kind of stuck for now.
Knight c6 logical, and knight d3, for example. I mean, maybe black can consolidate with something like b6.
I just checked, and this is very good for white, yeah.
Ah, this is already good, yeah?
Yeah.
So knight e1 also here is maybe an option.
Yes. Yeah, probably a4 is just bad, because you can just you're just giving away the pawn and you're not getting it back so easily.
Interesting. Again, knight e1 is probably not easy to spot if you don't know the idea, but
yeah, but I think Ding is able to do it, no?
Absolutely.
Because he has been postponing this d pawn for long enough that I think he can continue it more, yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, after knight e1, then black should just probably just keep developing. I mean, I would really just go rook e8 or rook f7. This pin would be so annoying to me. I want to be able to not think about it. So
okay, rook, I don't know, let's say f7 or
I think e8 now, because I'm not really gonna attack you.
I also thought that the 7th rank might be useful, but
yeah. So my because I'm thinking for black, I would like to put it on a central file because it feels the most attacking or like active. But rook f7 is also not a move that comes to my mind because it's so defensive. But actually, it might be a good defensive move, yeah, just to cover the 7, right?
Yeah,
in
I
advance.
thought that would make sense. But still, after 93, it doesn't feel so easy to come up with something against knight c5. Do you just go b6 here, or?
Wait, what's b6 here?
It does look wrong, but b6 does prepare c5 as well. And if black gets c5, he's probably doing really well.
It looks wrong, but I don't see a way to punish it. I guess I have to take it on d5 at some point now because I cannot really allow you to.
Or you go f4 now. That might cause some trouble. Knight e1 was played in the game.
Ah, nice.
That's great news. Because there will be lots of dynamics involved now, especially if white goes for this plan with 93 and then possibly f4, position can easily become very complicated.
So probably you should, just to counter this knight on d3, you should probably put one on d7. Or...
Yeah, maybe knight d7 right away also.
Yeah, right away, or you can wait until white goes 93 and then you put 97.
So rook f7, knight d3, and now knight d7, yeah. And still, if I go f4 here.
This is very complicated. I'm not sure what to think of this. Somehow I really like my rook. I would really like my rook to be on e8, but I'm not sure if it's...
Yeah, we can also set up the same position with rook on e8, yeah. So rook e8, knight d3, knight d7. And f4 here.
And f4 once again, I guess, yeah. Because, like, what is your threat or idea?
That's a great question.
It's also a good question because it gives me more time to think what I want to do back.
I'm not so sure what my idea is, actually.
Like, let's say you have another move as white. I'm not sure what you want to do here.
I might take on e5 and after fe5 attack the pawn somehow. Maybe bishop d6 or bishop b2. But I guess you just defend it with knight g6, yeah.
Yeah. Probably. So I guess you just want to stay flexible again and just make any move, but but how?
I will
Like, isn't it
somehow try to improve my position first, yeah. I don't know yet how, but
how?
yeah. But what do you do here? I think this is the question.
Well, I was trying to postpone this question, but
because I find it hard to find anything for black that...
Okay, first of all, let me actually flip the board so I can think from the black side.
Sure.
Let me find the most anti-positional move in the position, b5.
b5?
I would be thinking about it, yeah.
Yeah, just to get b4, yeah.
This could go very wrong, yeah, but...
Yeah, but it's still not easy to see how white can exploit it.
Maybe you should just go back bishop e2 at some point just to put pressure on this pawn. Like, okay, not now, but maybe like cb, cb, and then bishop e2 back, just to...
Yeah, I was thinking either bishop e2 or bishop d6, one of those.
Okay, but bishop d6...
There's queen b6 now all of a
Yeah.
sudden. Yeah,
I mean, you can still go bishop c5 back, but...
Yeah, we don't want that. There's queen b6. But anyway, queen b6 is one idea. Also after bishop b2, maybe black can throw in a check and then protect the pawn with queen d6.
Okay.
Looks like everything is still protected.
Yeah, yeah.
So b5 is a nice suggestion here.
Okay, I'll check how bad it is actually. Okay, it is quite bad, probably. Starting to drop, but... Yeah, okay, so the engine just suggests us to take everything and play slowly.
Like king h1 or something, maybe.
No, just like cb, cb, fe, fe, and then e3.
E3 just, okay.
Yeah, you could be overextending here. Also, might not be the smartest idea when white has two bishops that you start pushing all your pawns
and opening up the center,
yeah.
At least practically the position after f4, if white gets this, does seem a bit unpleasant for black because there's just so much tension in the center. And black doesn't really want to take either on f4 or on c4 because it would give up a central pawn. And also pushing the pawns is quite risky because after e4 all the dark squares become weak. And maybe d4 could be one idea, just to keep the position closed. But again, black's knights are somehow don't really have any useful squares. I think that's the main issue. And white could again think about opening up the position with e3 on some occasions.
Yeah, no, so far I like the way how Ding is playing this.
Yeah, me too.
And Gukesh is thinking for a while already.
Yeah, now he's taking his thirst, probably a longer thing, which does make sense.
Also a5 also took him 6 minutes, but right now he's thinking for 7 minutes. So this is the longest thing so far.
Yeah, and now that we see 91 played, maybe a5 was, I don't know, could you call it a waste of time or is that a bit too harsh?
Well, I did like a5 when I first saw it, but if you don't really get a4, I don't really see the point, yeah?
Yeah, 91 is very strong, and now, as we said, a4, here white can just take the pawn on a4 when it will be quite tough to win back the pawn on a4, maybe impossible, and white will get knight d3 and followed by knight to c5. It does look quite dangerous for black.
So is there a way to make a4 happen somehow?
Yeah, that's...
I don't really see it because you're just dropping this pawn, and like normally I would like just to go like maybe queen d7 or something to start protecting it basically. Because at some point you have to take on d5 and then my queen protects a4. But my queen would also be overloaded, yeah? Because still this knight is pinned, so... And also, as soon as I play queen d7, knight d3 comes and...
Yeah, that's the main issue, and knight c5 also, is a huge threat. Let me suggest one very strange move here. After knight e1, let's go b6. I really want to get c5. Because the bishop on a3 is actually very annoying. And if I get c5, knight c6, I would be starting to celebrate.
So... Not so easy. Do I take on d5 now, or?
Take on d5, I take back.
And then...
And still, maybe you want to play for f4, yeah?
Yeah.
So knight d3 first, or?
I don't know if it matters a lot, but...
Because now I thought at least I have the knight on c6, where it's probably better.
Okay, but f4 still.
Let's say queen d7.
It is probably better on c6, yeah, but
yeah. Now
still,
I also have this square for the queen. Maybe that's useful.
You're still under a bit of pressure here.
Absolutely, yeah. The two bishops are also quite strong here.
But how do I continue here as white? Is also.
Now bishop e7 just wins a pawn probably. Because
True.
I have to take with the knight and then
yes.
I have to take c5. We have another suggestion from the chat. Instead of b6, knight a6. Maybe to get knight b4. That would be
after
one.
91.
Yeah, that would be one good way to break this pin. But the question is, what happens after knight d3?
This knight on d3 looks so weird somehow to me, to put it in front of your center pawns, but
yeah,
it's actually pretty good. Yeah,
it does look strange, but it's quite tricky for black to handle this. And can I still go knight b4 here after knight d3?
Maybe you can. Kind of hard to believe at first, but I don't see a good way of winning a pawn without losing it back immediately. Rook e8 played.
Okay, it was played out.
So okay, at least he finally does get rid of the pin, and also this hanging knight.
But it still begs the question what he has in mind after knight d3. Maybe then knight a6 also. But then f4 again is coming. Knight d3, knight a6, just to avoid knight c5. But again, f4 looks quite annoying.
Since you're out of the spin, at least this knight on d7 can move at some point. I'm not sure if you want it to move, but...
Yeah, but also where does it move, yeah?
Yeah, I was thinking to g6 to protect the e5, but also you're running into some f5 forks at some point.
Yeah, for now, I guess knight g6 would be great if white captures on e5, but...
Before white does that, you probably should avoid it, yeah.
Yeah. No, still not so easy for black after knight d3. And what is the computer coming up with here after knight d3? Is it still...
Of course it gives 0, 0, 0, but...
it's still like completely fine, because practically speaking, it does look unpleasant for black, to me at least.
Yeah, I'm seeing a few suggestions which are fine, like knight e6 is fine, b6 is fine, and also bishop f7 is giving, which also makes sense, yeah, because this knight c5 is annoying, so you just step out of that. But yeah, anything works.
And after b6, let's say f4, how does the computer defend this? I'm curious. Just knight e7?
E4.
E4, that's what you want. Okay.
Yeah. And then the knight goes...
I don't know, f2 or e1?
Yeah.
I guess both make sense. From e1, it could go to c2.
f2 doesn't really look like the square of the most future, but okay, let's see.
Yeah, maybe e1 is better, yeah. On f2, I just wanted to have another eye on the e4 pawn, and then maybe to try and break with d3 at some point, but for now it also doesn't work because e3 is there. So maybe knight e1.
I mean, you're right, f2 is better, but... Okay, I will turn off the engine for now again.
Also with the knight on f2, I might have some ideas with g4 later on. Like e3, g4, g5, if the bishop is on b2. Could be an idea as well.
But okay, so f4, e4 is critical, yeah, and then okay, game continues, but...
Yeah, that's knight d3, b6. But I assume after knight d7 here, which I'm not sure if it was one of the engine moves, you said
Probably also fine.
knight a6 is fine. I guess also here the point is for black to go e4, if it was the right approach in the other position.
Yeah.
But it does make sense more with the knight on a6, because now in case of f4, e4, when the knight goes, let's say, to f2, then black would have knight b4. Which now it does look very decent for black.
Also, after this 97 f4, there's also an option just to take everything again, like dc4, bc4, and even you can take on f4 even. And as soon as knight takes f4 comes, you can put it back on f7. And
yeah, these positions are often fine for black, but I would be a bit scared from the black side, because the bishop's now opened up. White has this huge center.
And if white gets a few moves like d4, e4, and you start pushing this,
then it could become like really bad.
But the problem is that probably as soon as you push one of those pawns, you open up a gap. Yeah, for now. So like, let's say you go d4, then knight f5 is annoying.
Yeah.
With knight e3 coming, and e4, I guess knight e5.
When the pawn on c4 is also...
d4 is hanging and you're leaving a gap on d4.
Yeah, it's probably also playable for...
If white gets a few moves, then he's winning.
Yeah, yeah.
The problem is that you can't,
But it's a very tough call to make this here. As black, you need to calculate. Like white can make just some preparatory moves, and if then black cannot stop white from rolling down his pawns, then he's just in huge trouble. So this would be a very hard decision to make for black to go here. Yeah, so Ding is thinking after rook e8. I guess his knight e3 is his main move, but maybe he could also push f4 right away, even though it does look a bit early to do so.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. I mean, I guess he will go 93. It feels like the most
does look like it,
natural development of the position.
Absolutely, yeah. And knight a6 would be my favorite choice here.
So is there anything else that white can do except f4? I don't see it actually. I don't see any other natural looking or like developing moves.
Yeah, it's the only pawn break probably.
Yeah.
In the position.
It's the only pawn break, and I don't really see a good way of helping your other pieces get to better squares or something.
I guess you could make an argument for king h1, but it does look a bit strange, yeah. Because after f4, the king will, in 99% of the cases, would be better on h1.
Yeah.
But I assume that black also has some logical moves here, which could improve his position. So f4 does look logical, and e4 is probably the black's best answer in this position. And knight b4 is coming.
Yeah, so one thing because so the engine is already giving very slightly, like minus 0.1 for black here already. Okay, it's dropping to 0.00, so it's probably just equal still, but
yeah, if the knight comes to b4, then black seems very safe. And maybe white can go knight c5 here, but...
Yeah, so that's probably the only move that keeps the balance, apparently.
And after queen b6, maybe.
You have to take on d5.
And king h1 now, maybe, or something. Yeah.
Queen e1, but even here it's starting to look a little suspicious for white. Knight b4 coming, and
yeah,
you're still in the pin.
So what if I actually play my ridiculous suggestion? I go knight d3, knight a6, and king h1. What does black want?
I mean, knight b4 again, or?
Right away?
Maybe.
So the point is, if I just take here, you will regain the pawn with rook a2, which does look very acceptable for black.
I mean, I'm not sure if it's something you want. Like, maybe it's even better just to keep waiting. Like, let's say you make a waiting move with king h1. Maybe I can make a waiting move with like bishop f7 or something. Might be a more flexible option. Because maybe I'm threatening to go e4 at some point, and now I don't have to worry about you attacking me with tempo, and then I can go knight b4.
And if f4 now, again e4, knight c5, and probably knight... Can you go knight b4? By the way, Ding has played f4 right away.
Ah. That's also interesting, because maybe he wants to go to f3.
Yeah, because actually on d3 the knight was often just attacked by e4, yeah? And it was somewhat in the way.
It was in the way, and on f3 you also have the option of going for like a kingside attack, maybe even. Or
yeah,
like
with knight g5 after taking, for example. Also, knight f3, e4 is now probably never an issue because you can jump to this nice d4 square.
Yeah, so it looks natural to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Engine is saying minus 0.2, so doesn't agree with us, but
yeah, that's
unfortunate.
But that's probably not what the players will be thinking. Minus 0.2 is...
No.
Maybe Gukesh sees that. He's kind of the machine. But yeah, I like white's chances here, honestly. But of course, if black plays accurately and white does miss a couple of things, he could end up being worse as well, because black does have this nice center.
Yeah, I'm not sure which side I would prefer here. I guess I would prefer to be white because you have the more like you have more pawn breaks and more attacking options, but it could go very wrong, yeah, also.
Yeah, kind of if black can stabilize, then he will probably be doing very well. And white really needs to look for dynamics here, just to keep the initiative going. That would be my feeling. It's kind of like a Grunfeld, I would also say. Yeah? Black does have this big center, and white is trying to attack the center with the bishops from
but
the...
yeah, basically from both sides. So white is attacking the center.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Very I don't know, very funny structure somehow.
And unusual as well, yeah. Very unusual. So it looks like Gukesh will probably have a think. So I suggest we take our first break. And yeah, stay tuned, everyone. We'll be back in around 5 to 10 minutes. So see you once the stream resumes. See you then. And welcome back everyone to the stream of the FIDE Chess World Championship match between Gukesh and Ding Liren. With me, Thomas Beerdsen. We just came back from our break, and there have happened, I think, two moves which Gukesh played surprisingly fast. We were expecting a bit more of a thing, but the position has changed quite drastically, I would say. At least the structure has. So let's jump right in. And as we see, we had the position in front of us after f4, but Gukesh decided to take both pawns on f4 and then on c4, which we briefly discussed before.
Yeah. Yeah, the engine was recommending it at some point.
Yeah.
So we looked at it, yeah. Also looks fine here. But yeah, suddenly all the tension is gone, yeah.
Yeah, the tension in the center is gone. And as we said before, I mean, white will probably take on c4. White does have this big pawn mess in the center, and it will be up to black to try and, yeah, not allow white from pushing all his pawns forward, because then white would have a significant advantage. If he gets, for example, d4, e4, then d5, that would be something black wants to definitely avoid.
But yeah, the problem is that you still don't get it, yeah? Like once you push one of those pawns, then black immediately jumps into the gaps, I guess.
Yeah, for example, we had the position after knight d7 before, I think, and after d4, you pointed out that knight f5 might be a bit unpleasant.
I mean, yeah, it was a slightly different position, or was it? Yeah, it was a bit different because the bishop was on f7, no? Wait, I don't remember. Because I was threatening knight e3, and now, okay, I'm still kind of not threatening it, but...
But you could go queen d2 here, yeah, as white, maybe.
It's a bit different. Let's see, knight e5, queen e2.
But also here, black does have some ideas like knight e5, maybe.
Ah, yeah. No, it feels very loose here, this white position. Like the pieces are a bit all over the place.
Yeah.
And not protected.
Yeah, but white's pieces are not coordinated that well yet. Also, the rook on f4 can be a bit clumsy sometimes.
And how do we even protect the pawn here?
After knight e5, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't look...
Okay, maybe you don't... Like,
already.
Also the knight on f5 is maybe hanging, but...
Yeah, I do have some tactics, maybe. Maybe I can take on f5 with the rook, and then maybe queen f4. Maybe.
But still, yeah, knight g4, and you cannot really take on f5 because d4 is hanging also.
Yeah, and all of a sudden I might just get checkmated, yeah.
Well, yeah, the queen is protecting the smart mate, but... Ah, wait, it's mate, okay.
Yeah, with the knight on e1 is in the way, yeah.
Yeah, good point, yeah.
So it's even mate here, yeah.
I was just thinking just to take the rook on c1, but this is maybe slightly better,
yeah. Yeah, taking the rook would also be good, but there is mate on g1. So white has to be very careful not to overextend himself in this position. But still, I think that Ding is thinking here. Yeah. But are there any other moves than b takes c4?
Well, I mean, he is thinking, so apparently yes, but I'm not sure what though.
Because it doesn't really make sense to sacrifice this pawn like on b3, right?
Is rook e4 an option, or is that too...
Yeah, rook e4. I was just wondering if you gained anything if I, let's say, go back to f7, even though bishop d5 might also be one idea. But let's say I go back here. Then you will probably anyway have to take, right?
I don't see how rook e4 drastically improves white's position. Like you can start taking everything on e7, but that doesn't do much, I guess.
Yeah, I guess also the white's dark squared bishop is kind of his main asset maybe in this position. At least if he manages to activate it.
Yeah. Although you could just put the rook on e4 and keep it there. Like you are protecting some squares, and then you start pushing some pawns maybe, but you're also kind of in the way, so...
Yeah, now e4 is not there anymore. Yeah, rook e4 can be considered. That's true.
Or he wants to sack the pawn, but that's also kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, because actually the pawn on c4 would be good also guarding the d5 square.
So I guess this is one of those moments that where he probably should just take back on c4 a bit faster because he's taking so much time again.
Yeah.
And I mean, you just don't have this amount of time for every move you make, yeah?
Yeah, he's down to 1 hour now. It's still somewhat okay, but the position is complicated and will be complicated for quite some time probably.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's kind of the same what we saw yesterday. I was on the show with Nils, and Nils Grandelius was also saying that the position was also very complicated, and it also looked like it will stay complicated.
Yeah. It's not like this move will entirely change the course of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, and there is no simplification
Yeah.
simply visible yet.
So I would say that this long thing is not very practical, but
yeah.
Although I guess he has been playing fine under time pressure.
You
Yes.
mean Ding or?
Yeah, Ding. Although because yesterday he blundered on move 40, no?
Yeah.
But that was when he still had some time, or
He had a couple of minutes, yeah, but
yeah.
not that much.
Was move 40 was that the moment where he should have gone knight c8 or?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where he gave the pawn on h7 now.
Yeah.
Which was also not that obvious. At least it seemed to us like.
I mean, it seemed obvious to me because I had the engine running. So
yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. But overall, we were quite impressed by Ding's defense yesterday. I also watched the take recap by Magnus Carlsen, and he also said that this f6 move later in the endgame by Ding was that he was very impressed, and it was probably one of Ding's best moves in the whole World Championship match.
Ah, okay.
That's what Magnus said.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many so many streams, so many recaps to watch, and you cannot follow everything, so I haven't seen it. But...
Yeah. Do you have like a favorite show of the recaps you like to watch every day, or do you just sometimes you watch those?
I haven't watched anything, any recap.
Okay.
I've only because I mean, if I also I haven't watched any streams because if I start watching, it's very hard to turn it off. So I just like to, and then I get nothing done in the day. So
so you just watch the game by yourself, yeah?
More or less, yes.
Broadcast, okay. You know, I'm probably gonna get some backlash for that, but I actually enjoy Vladimir Kramnik's recaps.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure what
those are interesting
there,
because he doesn't like analyze them with the computer, but he just like shares his human understanding, and I think that's kind of what is missing often in the recaps, is that often it's very much focused on the computer lines, and that it's easy to criticize the players if you have the computer in front of yourself.
But he's criticizing them without a computer, right?
Of course, yeah, that as well. But at least without the engine, it seems in most cases. But of course, it's not everyone's cup of tea. But I did enjoy a couple of those. So
still thinking. Meanwhile, under 1 hour now. And we're on move 14, like.
and
okay,
now
he took back
BC4 has been played. Someone pointed out in the chat that after instead of bishop c4 rook e4, that knight d5 would also be a move. Possibly with the idea that after bc4 there might be knight b4. That could be.
Ah, once again, but now the other knight is gone.
Yeah, now the other knight. And then maybe the other knight can come to a6 and then c5, so that does look like a very, very good suggestion. Rook e4, knight d5. And white doesn't really want to take with the rook on c4. Also, most likely it will fail because of some tactics like knight b4. So bc c4 is the current position.
So now what? I guess 97 or
Also knight a6 could be logical, just to get the knight to b4 again.
Yeah. Yeah, and also not to block the queen, yeah.
Yeah, but the knight on d7 does have the e5 square, which might come in handy, yeah. Also knight g6 could be an idea, just to force back the rook immediately.
But is that something like the rook is not that dangerous on f4, I guess. So for me personally, I would like to keep this option open, yeah. Just like if there's not an immediate gain with this knight g6 move, I would like to keep it open.
I think there was one idea. I had a brief look at the computer before, and I think that the idea was if the rook moves, let's say back to f2, I think the computer wanted to go f5 here, just to avoid e4.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah, okay. Then you at least you have a knight g6 blade also.
Knight g6 blade, yeah. Which f5, of course, is our rook e4 was Ding's reply.
Well.
And he moved right away. And I'm wondering what happens after f5 now, honestly.
Okay, I see the computer line which says f5, rook e3,
yeah.
f4, rook b3.
Wow. Yeah, now it gets
rook is going all over the place. Yeah?
Pretty messy. But also, what is the rook doing here on e3? Is it that good if I go knight d7?
Can I go d4 now?
And if f4, once again, rook b3, I assume, yeah?
I guess so. I mean...
I'm somehow starting to get a little worried about the white's king when f4 happens.
Yeah.
Because white doesn't have a lot of defenders here.
Probably. It's not just the king, it's also... This position feels so, like, not harmonious.
Yeah.
Like, all the pieces are on random squares, basically. Feels like a nice chess 960 game gone wrong somehow.
Yeah. It's a very unusual position, yeah. And black does have a lot of squares, yeah, like bishop g4 could come, pawn on e2 is quite weak.
But okay, it's also not like you're getting mated immediately, and you still have these bishop pair and the center pawns, but...
Yeah, like d5 is one pawn break, which can sometimes work.
Still extremely double-edged, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. So rook e4. Yeah, not the move I was expecting.
Yeah, rook e4 is the live position. Yeah.
Yeah. So you think that he wants to go d4 very soon?
Probably. I mean, or he wants to be more defensive, maybe. But how? Like this knight on e1, you need to get it back into play, I guess. But
yeah, I thought the knight would like to go back to f4. So let's say, for example, after f5, rook e3, let's say black just goes knight d7 here. Then maybe knight d3.
And yeah, you're just aiming to go knight f4 next.
Yeah.
So queen c7.
Yeah, that's logical, avoiding knight f4 and queen f1 maybe.
Yeah, this position is so unusual. It really feels like a like a chess 960 game to me.
Yeah, yeah. But from my understanding, I would actually like to wait with d4, because after d4, I never have any play with bishop e2. And especially when f5 is played, I would like to have some play on this diagonal.
Yeah, that does make sense, yeah. Just play without your center pawns the whole game, yeah? Just keep them there and move around them.
Like, let's say black does something careless like rook d8, knight f4, take, and now g takes f4. Now if the bishop gets back to b2 and rook g3, it could become very dangerous for black. This is like what I'm trying.
Okay, this is not good for black, yeah. I mean,
maybe the computer will still hold on somehow, but like this could go very wrong very soon.
Yeah, no, I would never take on f4. No.
Yeah.
But, giving that g file doesn't seem like a good idea.
Yeah, for sure. I just wanted to point this out, that the g file opening up as well could make things much worse for black.
Yeah, so also like this plan, like in the live position for black to go f5, f4, it looks good attacking wise, but also once again you're opening up the g file potentially, which could also be dangerous. Yeah.
And also the diagonal. Yeah, when black goes f5, it does burn like.
Yeah, you're burning that bridge. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it is also very much in Gukash's style, I would say, to go f5, f4. It is very concrete. But the question is if it's necessary yet. But otherwise, I guess I will stop f5, f4 with knight d3, as I pointed out. So if he wants to do it, it's probably best to do it right away.
Yeah, I don't know what he wants.
Yeah, the chat also agrees that knight d3 does look like a nice way of coordinating the forces, also stopping f4. So what happens in this? You said this is the computer suggestion: f5, rook e3, f4, and now rook b3. Maybe we can analyze this position.
Yeah, so it's like 0.1 for black or equal, basically. So, of course, still.
Yeah.
Mm.
So do you protect the pawn on b7, or do you just sacrifice it?
I guess you have to protect it, because once again, I mean, the 7th rank is also completely open, so I wouldn't like to allow rook there. So
yeah, I was just thinking maybe knight d7, rook b7, knight d5, just to get all the pieces in the game. Also c4 would be hanging.
yeah, and bishop b2, you just go. Where do you go? I'm not sure if bishop b2 is the best, but it looks natural to me.
Yeah, it does avoid knight c4 because of rook g7. So I have to come up with something else here. Yeah, the rook on b7 is very annoying, of course. But maybe I can push you back with queen c8. Or do I push you
After
back?
queen c8, I would be thinking about taking on g7, but
and then gf4, yeah.
okay, I'm not sure if it's the best, but
Oh,
I would be considering
that does look very interesting, yeah. I mean, bishop h3, it's still.
Yeah, my pieces are not very well coordinated, but I'm not getting mated, I guess, because g2 is still protected. So
yeah, maybe you can just take here, yeah.
Take on e5 and rook c3 next.
Yeah, now the other rook is coming, yeah.
And I have quite a lot of pawns for the exchange, like 3 pawns.
Yeah, that does look pretty good for.
Yeah, no, I like this for white, yeah. Engine 000, but okay.
Still, yeah, probably with some queen g4 maybe. Like, maybe take and queen g4.
Yeah, so looking back, rook takes c7 was probably not the best option, but okay, it looked fun.
So it's actually possible to just give the pawn on b7 now?
No, because I can go queen b3 after queen c8. That's apparently very good. Just protecting everything.
Queen c8, queen b3, yeah.
Just a pawn up, basically.
Okay. So,
but somehow it already didn't feel so natural to me to give this pawn, because I mean it feels kind of unnecessary in this position, no?
Yeah, maybe something like queen c7, like you said before.
Knight a6 has been played.
Okay, so Gukash doesn't want to burn that bridge with f5, which is very understandable to me.
Yeah.
And from a6 to knight will often appear on b4.
Yeah, maybe even after, like, let's say rook b1, you can still go knight b4 because still you have these. You're not really dropping a pawn because a2 is hanging and then also d2 is hanging. So
yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. And if rook b4, rook a2, and d2 is hanging as well. I think that will often be an idea, just to put the knight to b4, even though it might lose a pawn momentarily. Because the a file will open up, and
they're just trying to make use of the fact that white is still a little bit underdeveloped, basically, or like uncoordinated.
And what if I go knight d3 here, which was our previous idea in another position?
Yes.
Because I'm also at the same time avoiding knight b4, and maybe I'll go to f4 in some cases. Maybe I can attack the knight on d3 with bishop.
I was thinking about going knight b4 again because I have some ideas with queen b6 check, but probably this rook on e4 is very useful. Like as soon as I give a check, you have c5.
Yeah, for example here, queen b6, I have c5.
And you're protecting this bishop all of a sudden. So I guess I cannot really tactically justify this move.
What about bishop f5? I guess you have to take on e8.
Yeah.
And yeah, now I might take on d3 next. If I can.
Queen b3 though?
Queen b3, and if queen e2, just queen b7, right?
That was my idea.
And rook b8, queen a6, queen d3.
Well, time to take another pawn somewhere. Not sure which one. Okay, I guess no. I thought I could take on c6 with queen e5 check, but after you take on a3, my rook is hanging. So
yeah,
guess I have to take on a5.
Yeah, you're one pawn up, but it seems like black is very active here.
Yeah, something like bishop e4 maybe, although...
Bishop e4 is one idea, just to eliminate the
Yeah.
last defender. Yeah, seems like black cannot really be worse here, to me.
Yeah, probably it's fine.
Queen on
Just
d3
so
is
active.
very strong, yeah. So that was bishop f5. I mean, maybe you don't have to go queen b3, but if you move the knight, then knight b4 will come. So
Yeah, and also where do I move it? Like,
yeah, that's a fair question.
maybe to c5 again, but do you take or knight b4?
Knight b4, knight b7. I was not sure what's happening, but is the knight getting trapped somehow? I mean, after queen e7, it looked like the knight is trapped, but maybe you still have bishop c6 here.
Yeah. Once again, a completely ridiculous position, but...
Yeah. Okay, let's say I play simple and take on c5. And now again, I guess if white can consolidate, he should be better. But it still feels like white is a bit slow here.
Yeah, so bishop e4 or g4 or
Yeah.
something.
How do you defend this pawn even now? You don't really want to go bishop f1 and also to... maybe you can go bishop e3 just.
Yeah, that looks sort of reasonable, although you're still kind of tied up to this pawn, but...
Yeah, I have to go h3 or something, and
how about bishop e4 instead of g4?
Yeah.
Just want to.
Yeah, I don't want to give up this bishop. Maybe bishop h3, but and then d3 next.
I've kind of lost how we got here. This was after 96, 93.
This was...
Yeah. 96, 93, and bishop f5.
Yeah, and bishop f5, rook takes e8, queen takes e8, and now knight c5.
Yeah, meanwhile in the game, Ding is still thinking after 96.
So, and after knight c5, knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, bishop e4, I suggested bishop h3. But yeah, still feels like white is somewhat slow here. I don't know, queen e5 and all of black's pieces are coming into the game. Is there anything else instead of 93 to consider? I mean, there have to be some candidate moves.
I mean, d4 is an idea. Just start pushing these pawns, but
yeah, d4.
I'm not sure if you.
Again, now the rook on e4 is also stopping you to push e4. So
but it's also protecting, yeah.
That's true, yeah. And if knight b4, now just do you go queen b3 or
queen b3 or queen d2? Because I guess at some point you will have to move the bishop on a6, or at least I think black will do that at some point, and then maybe you can trade and start pushing the other.
Yeah, like queen d2, for example, and now bishop f7, or?
Yeah, maybe. And maybe then I can take on the 8 and push e4.
Yeah, so maybe bishop f5 would be also an idea, that you don't get e4.
I'm not sure how good e4 is, because even then, it's not so easy to continue these pawn pushes. Because these c6 and f-pawns, the f6 pawns are, I mean, holding you back basically, for now.
Yeah, the center does look...
And once you start pushing like d5, maybe you get blockaded somehow.
Yeah, maybe something like rook d8 is possible.
And also giving the e5 square, so...
I was even thinking about c5 here. It's also maybe one idea. Just to force you to go d5. I'm not sure if you have to, but... And then to set up a blockade like this. But also rook d8 would look quite logical.
Yeah, both are looking completely reasonable for black, yeah.
Yeah, this d4 is very committal.
I mean, maybe d4 is fine, it's just that you should refrain from going e4 too early at least. Just to stay flexible. Like maybe after queen, like after we traded the rooks on e8, maybe knight d3 there or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like a better idea. Yeah, here I actually like white after knight d3, queen takes d3. You can stabilize everything with e3, put the rook to the b file.
Yeah, king on f2 if needed.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, d4 is definitely something.
So let me check how much sense there was in what we all just discussed. So d4 is fine. Okay, yeah, just this bishop f7 is probably not the best for black, even though it's also not the worst. But
so knight b4 is still fine, yeah.
Yeah.
And queen
and
d2?
Then after queen d2, knight e5 is the best.
Knight e5. Again, this idea.
Yeah, the spin and attacking c4.
But this looks already pretty bad for white.
Yeah, the thing is that you can go d5, which will probably trade everything, liquidate into some endgame. Unless you keep the tension with bishop f7, which is also an idea, but
yeah, somehow it feels like only white is risking here. All of the pieces look very misplaced.
yeah.
Yeah, not sure if Ding will enjoy to go d4.
But
But
no,
d4 is like the best move, or is it not so clear to say?
I mean, apparently d4, this Lichess Stockfish says d4 is the best move, but only by 0.1. Like d4 is the only move that keeps 0-0. The other moves are slightly better for black. Okay.
Okay.
Basically all the same.
Okay.
Once again, the time issue. Well, time is becoming an issue again.
Yeah, for Ding once again.
Like 16 moves played and down to
46 minutes
45
already.
minutes almost.
Yeah. So yeah, here we considered knight d3, d4 as well, and I think we also had a look at rook b1, but it's still not clear to us. d4, my personal opinion is that it does look very risky.
Yeah.
But maybe it's time to make some space for the pieces, yeah. And
would be cool if you just stick to the pawns above being on d2 and e2 the whole game. It just plays around it completely, yeah.
If you can manage to do so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there anything else what could consider?
Like he's playing with an extra challenge, like try to win a game without moving their d or e pawn, yeah.
Yeah. To make it more interesting.
Yeah.
And does it make any sense if I go to c2 with my knight? Maybe going to e3? I'm not sure yet. Probably it doesn't, yeah. Also f5 now is probably more.
As soon as you go knight e3, then f5 also actually traps the rook, but
yeah, I'm not even threatening to go to e3. I mean, I can't go to e3 because of f5. Yeah. And yeah, I don't think the rook wants to continue its journey to d4. Yeah, Gukash was handling this pretty well, I think.
Wait, did he make a move or no? No.
It's still Ding's turn. I was just saying that I think he handled the middle game pretty well. Because here after f4 it felt kind of unpleasant to us, for black.
Yeah.
But he made this, I think, pretty great call just to eliminate the pressure in the center. And now all of a sudden it's actually white who has to worry about the center not collapsing.
Yeah, it's like changed the dynamic of the position basically.
Yeah. So knight g6, rook e4, knight a6.
Okay, I feel like you should do something with this knight, yeah, but
knight f3 might also be one option.
Yeah. Maybe start putting the pieces on some normal squares for once.
Yeah, we weren't even considering that. It was so hard to finally play something normal after this knight e1 f4. Because now you're also protecting the pawn on d2. So now knight b4, queen b3 does look quite natural. Yeah, I like knight f3, now that we mention it.
So maybe bishop f7 again? No, I meant like with knight b4 and queen b3.
Ah, with knight b4, queen b3, bishop f7.
Because I just want to attack e2 again. And maybe I want to go b5 at some point with the queen on b3.
Yeah, that's also an important idea, for sure. Especially with the knight on f3, because now the bishop on g2 is blocked. And Ding played knight c2.
So he did play your move, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's good.
Although we did consider a lot of moves here. But...
And after knight c2, I think, was it f5 we were thinking about? No.
No, I mean, we were just saying that knight e3 is not really an idea, at least for now,
yeah,
because f5
yeah,
just
for now, yeah.
traps the rook.
But yeah, knight c2, just like knight d3, it does at least avoid knight b4. Because as we saw before, Thomas pointed out that after here, queen b6, which at first looks like black is picking up the piece, white has c5, guarding the bishop on b4, when white would just be a pawn up.
But you can take on a2 instead of the check and just win the pawn back immediately.
Yeah, you could do that, yeah. Which is probably still fine for black, yeah. But I would be somewhat happier now with white. For some reason.
Yeah, maybe like bishop c3, d3, and start to... Or direct, yeah.
Yeah, or at some point queen b3. Just queen b3 right away. I wasn't sure about queen b6 now. Then I'm somewhat pinned if I...
But you can go queen e3 still.
I can go queen e3, yeah, that's true. And if queen takes b4, we have rook takes e6.
Or, wait, after queen b6 check, is there c5?
Yeah, you have rook takes e8 also here, yeah? Intermediate move.
And then
in the end,
rook e8, king f7, cb, king takes e8, and then I take on c6, no?
Yeah, and then you have b7 promoting. Yeah, that's a nice variation. So queen b3 right away is definitely an idea, since c5 does seem like it's...
Yeah, so probably you have to just go back with the rook somewhere.
Maybe just to a8, or...
Yeah. It looks safest, at least.
Yeah, and now something like bishop c3. Because I thought that after b5 I can still take here and then take on b5.
Yeah, that looks very nice for white.
Yeah.
It's not even an exchange. It's not even a sacrifice, right? I guess you would just win it back immediately, basically.
Most
if
likely,
you want
yeah.
to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't see a good way of saving this rook.
Yeah, I guess you could give a check here and then go rook e8, but or something, but you just take bishop c6, I assume. That looks pretty bad for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, so after bishop c3, I guess it's still okay for black, yeah, like something like queen d7. Also, there's not so much material left, so white will not really have that much to play for, I guess. Now b5 is a threat.
So this was knight b4 after knight c2. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably fine, but also maybe not necessary for black to go for it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So what else is there?
Maybe can I just move the queen somewhere? Is that possible? I don't know where I want to go. Maybe to c7 or... I was also considering going to d7, but then it might just run into rook d4 at some point. Let's say I go to c7.
Yeah, so where is he going with his knights? Is he going to d4 or...
Yeah, that's...
Is he just going to stay on c2 and now
that's a great question.
Move around it? Maybe d3 and queen d2 or something.
Yeah, d3 does look like it could be useful. And then queen d2, yeah.
But maybe now... I was thinking about f5, f4, but... you might just go to d4, and then you're also threatening bishop d6. Well, threatening, but...
But now c5.
Ah. I managed to get trapped now, yeah?
Seems like it,
yeah.
Huh?
No, but then I go rook d5 and pretend like this was all the plan. No, okay, but that cannot be... Although you do have two nice bishops, but...
I can also go 97 maybe if
probably
I want.
97, yes.
Yeah, and then take next. Still maybe some compensation, but probably not what Ding's intention is.
Also not the most practical way to give an exchange, yeah, where black doesn't even have to take immediately, can maneuver around it, so...
Yeah.
So I guess you have to go to e3 after this f5. But still f4 comes.
Yeah, now it's... The rook most likely has to move again. And
maybe just take and go to g3 again, like we discussed before, but...
Oof. No, I would be very worried about some things happening on me too here, huh?
But how exactly though?
Maybe take on c4.
Okay, I guess I have to take back.
And 92.
Yeah, it is looking pretty bad, yeah.
And if king h1, I will just take twice here, and I have already three pawns.
Okay.
And
I kind of forgot that you will take my rook on g3. I was kind of hoping you would take my rook on c1, or at least I don't know why I missed that the rook on g3 is also hanging. Because then at least I have to...
Yeah, then you have bishop e2 ideas, and yeah.
But okay, you just take my most important piece, and then it's kind of sad, yeah. Can black play f5 straight away without pieces up? It's the question from chat. Yes.
And that's a fair point, yeah. And I guess that rook d4 has to be the idea. I mean, if rook e3, black might even be able to capture on c4. So I guess rook d4 has to be the idea.
Yeah, but then you have to be careful not to get trapped again. Yeah? Like, we're almost transposing into the line we looked at like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. No, the rook is in danger.
This is why you don't bring out your rook so early. Somehow it always ends up in trouble.
Usually it's the queen, yeah, which you tell mostly beginners that you shouldn't move the queen that early, yeah. But
the same goes for the rook, I guess.
Yeah, for now both players haven't even moved their queen, which I guess is a bit unusual if we're already approaching move 20 slowly, but yeah, rook on d4. At least now you do have these ideas with bishop d6 still. Or even rook d6 maybe in some cases.
Yeah, so where does the queen go now? Because many options look fine, like maybe even queen g5 or something.
Yeah, because then f4 will be even more powerful. Maybe I should even stop it by going e3. Could also go bishop d6, but it does look wrong. Also, there's c5 maybe.
No, I like e3, yeah. It feels normal. It feels like white is sort of slowly getting out here now. I don't know.
Still, maybe the knight on c2 looks so...
Yeah, so maybe you just go back to e1 at some point and go back to f3 or something.
Yeah. Or,
like, let's say black goes rook e8, maybe you can take and go knight d4 and then...
Yeah, you can
I'm not sure if rook d8 is a good move for black, because...
I think white will be happy to exchange this rook on d4.
To get rid of this stupid move, yeah.
Yeah, here the black's play is not going anywhere, it seems, with queen g5.
Yeah, queen g5 is too enthusiastic, I guess. So where else do you go? I guess white goes to e3 anyway, no? Or
yeah,
like wherever you go, maybe.
I mean, I do have c5 ideas. Yeah, let's like if I go queen c7 now, e3 would probably really run it into into c5.
Yeah, and
but
95 or c4 is just hanging.
Yeah, but here you might be able to play bishop d6 if that's what you want. Yeah, bishop d6 does look nice because queen b6 pinning the rook. I just have rook b1 and.
Yeah, okay. This is looking like it's going wrong for.
Yeah, maybe I should not in fact go f5 that early.
Yeah, or we need to find a better square after rook d4, but I'm not sure where.
Yeah, that's
maybe
of
f6.
course. Yeah, f6 is also one option. Gukesh went queen c7 right away, it seems.
Which is what we looked at as our first option, I guess.
Yeah, and we analyzed d3 here.
The first move we looked at, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I like queen c7, very flexible.
Yeah, so after like 10 minutes more or less, he went for queen c7, and now yeah, Ding needs to speed up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Gukesh's time management in this game. I think it's very reasonable to have still 1 hour and 13 minutes after 17 moves.
Yeah.
And again, not so easy to come up with something as white here. While black's play does seem quite logical. I mean, he might go rook d8 next. And white has to always watch out for f5.
Yeah. Yeah, f5 in combination with f4, or just winning the pawn on c4, or just trapping his rook.
Yeah.
Can is it an option to go knight d4 now?
Like, I was thinking about it, and if bishop f7.
Okay, at least I can get rid of this rook, even though, but maybe I don't want to do it immediately because rook e8 comes and still my pieces are a bit loose. At least I got rid of one annoying piece, but.
So you want to take on e8 here,
yeah? Yeah, but there just appears a new rook on e8.
Yeah. And you cannot really jump into d6 in time, I guess.
No, you need to take care of the weaknesses, I guess. Like e2 or c4.
Yeah, but now if e3, the knight will come to e5. And
yeah.
Like e3 was working nicely before, but here the light squares are becoming a big issue. And what else?
No, I don't like this taking on e8 because it only helps black, I guess. But if you don't take, then the question is, what else do you do?
Can I go?
And also, my idea was to trade the rook with this knight d4 move, but if that's not even good, then I'm not sure about knight d4 anymore.
What about d3? Just trying to stabilize. I don't like it, I have to be honest, but for now, whenever queen b6 comes, I think I can go c5, so I'm safe from any pins.
Yeah, so there's a few options. I'm also considering rook e d8 just to avoid the trade and keep.
Rook e d8.
No, rook e, yeah, just to avoid the trade and try to make use of the rook. Although I'm not sure if it works, but because I don't even see what a threat or. I guess 95 is most natural.
Knight f5.
No, I mean 95 instead of rook e8.
Knight e5. Yeah, that's also one way not to trade rooks, which might be a bit more active.
Yeah. Bishop g6 in the air.
And I think we have moves. Knight d4 was played.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so here, I guess bishop f7 is the most natural, yeah?
Yeah, seems like it's...
Keeping an eye on the c4 pawn, and yeah, as soon as you get knight e5, then you can I mean, once again, attacking c4 and bishop g6 becomes an option. So okay, engine still 0-0-0, of course.
But a bit easier for black maybe to handle.
I would think so, yeah. Bishop f7, very fast from Bukesh. Here there are several moves that are okay for white apparently, but all of them look like they have their drawbacks.
Yeah.
So apparently even taking a knight f5 is fine. The move you wanted to play before, I think.
Which one was it? At which moment?
Like taking after bishop f7, taking on e8 and knight f5.
Ah, knight f5. Yeah, I was only not sure what I will do after knight b4 here.
Okay, I did turn off the engine, so I only know that this is supposed to be fine for white, but I'm not sure how.
I mean, I saw it after knight b4, and I just couldn't figure out how to defend a2, and
Kind of want to go c5, but this a pawn is annoying.
c5, yeah, just to get knight d6.
Yeah, but maybe no, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I take on b4 first and then c5, and I'm yet to figure out a good way to continue after you take this pawn, but there might be something. Like maybe queen a4.
And if b3.
I was hoping I would have something with like knight d6 and...
But also rook e2 is queen c4, yeah. Always.
Yeah, so knight d6 first, and then I'm not sure.
Knight d6 after
after b3. Yeah.
After b3. Because I was also not sure what happens here after b2. Maybe you just move the rook, yeah. Ah, there's queen a2 with check.
Yeah.
With check, yeah, I missed that. So I have to move the rook, yeah. I don't know where I'm going. Okay, let's say I just go to... I don't know, let's say
I don't see any continuation for white though as soon as you go to...
Yeah, because you cannot really pick up the pawn on b3, yeah. And I might...
But also your bishop is kind of out of play now. Maybe queen b4? Picking up b7, but it's hard to believe this works for white somehow.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Maybe knight d5.
Yeah, I don't believe in this actually.
Because, I mean, the bishop on a2 is locked out, but the queen, white's queen always has to watch out for... for b2, so...
Yeah, that's probably a good trade-off for black, yeah.
Yeah. So this position is still okay, it seems, objectively. But we still haven't yet managed to come up with something.
But okay, this is also not probably not the most human or like natural way to play.
I
Because
agree,
it feels so concrete and
you're just giving, like, you're moving your pieces which are anyway active, but you're not caring about those guys, yeah?
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the current live position. And Ding is down to 34 minutes. So it's, again, becoming a little bit concerning.
Yeah, because we're not even on move 20, yeah?
Yeah. You know, I was also looking at some ideas like knight b5 with the idea of the cb there's cb, but unfortunately black still has the check with queen b6. Otherwise
it would be nice if it worked, but yeah. Also, black is probably just threatening to win a piece here. I mean, not win a piece, but like rook e4, bishop e4, queen e5 is just a threat, no?
Yeah, let's say something like king h1, rook e4, bishop e4, and queen d4 is a double attack.
Okay, you can solve it by taking on g6, but that doesn't make your life a lot better.
Yeah, if you give up the bishop on g2, it's
d3 played.
d3 was played by Ding, yeah. And knight e5, I think, was your last suggestion, which I liked very much. But d3 definitely is a more human move.
So after 90 moves, he finally moved one of his center pawns.
Yeah. I wonder.
It's a shame. It's a shame he did move them, but okay.
I wonder when was the last World Championship game when something like this happened. Yeah, since I saw someone asking in the chat, we are mostly analyzing without the engine. Sometimes we're rechecking our analysis if we're not sure, which does happen quite often. Because we're not as good.
Especially in this very weird position.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But we are basically always letting you know whenever there's the engine involved, just for transparency. And yeah, 95 is Thomas's suggestion. Not trying to exchange the rooks, since the rook on e4 might become trapped at some point, or at least it's quite awkward.
Although maybe, like, let's say black is to move, he goes bishop g6, you can still go to f4, and it's still fine, his rook somehow.
That's true, yeah. Let's say something like king h1, bishop g6, rook could come to f4, yeah. Yeah, it's actually the question if, like, does black want to exchange the rooks or not? Because the rook on e4 is clumsy, but it also protects a lot of squares and protects the knight on d4 as well.
Yeah, no, I like d3. It finally starts to make the position a bit more solid.
Yeah, it stabilizes everything a bit.
Yeah. It was the right moment to finally move this ball.
Yeah. So
yeah, according to computer, everything is equal and black can play anything, it's still completely fine. So it's just a matter of taste for Gugash.
Yeah. Would you still go knight e5, or now that we understood that the rook would actually be quite safe on f4?
Yeah, I would still go for it. I think it feels like one of the most aggressive or like dynamic options somehow to keep somehow as much attention as possible. So I think it would definitely be the move that I would play. Maybe a safer option would be to trade rooks and bring the other rook into play. Maybe the safest.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it looks like black is not in any danger at all.
And what about this knight on a6? Like, is there... Because this knight before somehow is starting to lose its charm, I guess, or...
Does knight before right away? Is that an option?
Can I go queen d2 now?
Because queen b3 will actually run into some queen b6 probably, yeah?
I just, in general, I don't like to put the queen on this diagonal.
Also because of b5 in some cases, yeah?
Yeah.
Makes sense, so queen d2.
So d2 feels more natural now that we are finally able to play it.
Okay, I want to take on e4. Bishop takes e4. And let's say I want to pin you with queen b6.
I could go c5 again.
Yeah, now I just thought I would go back, and then now I'm...
And if I take on b4?
I take back, and again you take?
Yeah, and rook b1 next.
Yeah, this might be actually a big achievement for white. Because you simplified, and the pawn on b7 is now a big weakness.
I mean, you're almost losing it, yeah, by force.
I thought I have enough dynamic play here, but it seems like I don't, yeah. I guess I can still hold on with rook a7, but it doesn't look...
It feels so suspicious, rook a7.
Yeah.
It feels like it's screaming there has to be a tactic somehow here.
Also, knight will come into d6 probably, and it just doesn't look very good.
Ah, yeah, there is a slow way of playing at knight 5. Okay, I was just looking at tactics, but okay, I guess there's no need for anything too crazy here. Just knight f5.
Yeah. So knight b4, there's queen d2. Yeah, that's another positive thing about d3, that you always have queen d2.
Yeah, just more natural way of defending this pawn.
Mm-hmm. So we had rook e4, bishop e4, now queen b6, but queen b6 didn't really do that much.
Yeah, so looking back, it was fine until you went queen b6. Yeah, then c5 and white is starting to be better.
Rook d8 does look very logical here as well.
Yeah, also not the best because knight f5 comes and
yeah, and
white is starting to take over somehow. Suddenly.
Yeah, somehow the knight on b4 doesn't do that much good anymore now, because with the queen on d2 it defends a2, and white just wants to take the pawn on sooner or later. So this position you say is still okay, but it seems like already black has to be accurate.
Let's see. Yeah, there's queen d7 or knight e5, which are fine, but I'm not sure why you cannot. Okay, this is a so knight e5. I can take the pawn on b4
and c5
and c5, but there's knight b5.
Uh-huh.
But you just continue. Okay, you can take on b4 and take on a2, which is fine. But there's even more dynamic way of playing, I see, with queen e7.
After knight b5?
Yes. And the queen has, I mean, every square has a disadvantage. Like
queen b2, there's, for example, knight c4, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
And if queen b1?
Queen where, sorry?
Queen to b1, maybe?
Yeah, so then
knight g4.
The only move, can you see it?
Okay, let me...
There's only one move to keep the balance here. I mean, it's a good exercise, I think.
Okay, I want to make something work on the king side, like maybe f5 here?
Yeah, you have to go f5.
f5, and if bishop takes f...
Knight f3 check, yeah.
Knight f3, I missed it. And is it perpetual, or does black even have more here?
No, it's just a perpetual.
Like this probably, yeah? Queen e2, king g1.
You have to go to, you cannot go to g2 to protect.
There's rook a2 here, yeah?
Because then black is starting to take over with queen e2 and rook a2, which is amazing. But if you go to h1, and then it's just perpetual, yeah.
Like this, yeah.
But okay, we're going a bit deep now.
Yeah, but that was interesting. Yeah, queen b1 f5 is nice.
Sure.
Okay. But
so how did we even get here?
This was d3 knight before, yeah.
And in the game, Gukesh is still thinking after
d3. After d3, yeah. Someone asks in the chat, do you prefer either side? I think we talked about it before, that we prefer black, but now a couple of things have changed, so would you still take black?
I mean, I feel like we're changing that opinion every 3 or 4 moves, basically.
Yeah, it is like this today, yeah.
Because in the beginning, I preferred black, but then once Ding went for this 91 and f4 stuff, I was starting to prefer white. But once Gukesh took on f4 and c4, I'm starting to prefer black again.
Yeah, not only you, I had the same.
Yeah. But here now after d3, I'm also sure because I don't see a good dynamic way of continuing the game, basically.
Yeah, and it seems like white is slowly coming out with his pieces. Like queen d2 will come, and at some point knight f5 is there.
So I kind of don't like that I change my evaluation every few moves because it shows that I don't really understand what's going on. But I guess it's fine. I guess no one understands. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also again changing my my preference, so there's no shame. I guess now is a good time to check the standings, which we haven't looked at yet. So the results until now is that 7 games have been played. Now is round 8, and there have been 5 draws and 2 decisive results. The 2 decisive results happened in the first game with Ding winning with the black pieces, and in the third game, respectively, with Gukesh leveling the score with the white pieces. And since then, since round 3, we've only seen draws. But the games have, there were chances for both sides always.
Yeah.
So the games were very well thought out, basically in every single game. And yeah, that brings us to today's game, which also seems like it will continue on for quite a while, and still a very complex position with queens on the board. So
but somehow it's still kind of balanced objectively the whole game, but for a human it's completely imbalanced. Yeah.
Yeah, there are many imbalances here. Yeah, white has the bishop here and the central pawn advantage.
Yeah, I said balanced, but I should have probably chosen another word. Yeah, like equal, basically, according to the computer. But like.
Yeah. I get what you mean. Objectively
he did go
balanced.
For 95.
He went for 95. Yeah. Your suggestion. So.
Yes. Finally, I predicted the move correctly.
And yeah, we weren't sure what is Black's idea actually, but maybe he just wants to stay flexible. Also, knight b4 could be an improvement now, with the knight already being on e5.
And does this? I think it also kind of discourages knight f5 for white because you have to worry about this spin. Yeah, with bishop g6.
Absolutely, yeah. Bishop g6 is there. Yeah. I was just trying to calculate something here, but to no avail. Yeah, this looks a bit unpleasant. I would also like to control the b file actually, like rook b1 would be a move I'd like to play.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Because now you're also kind of asking a question to this knight, like, what are you doing there?
Yeah, exactly.
Although I might go knight b4 anyway.
Knight b4 here.
Or just queen d2 again.
I could go queen d2, yeah. I'm just quite afraid of some tactics here. There's knight takes c4 to watch out for sometimes. And
yeah.
But in this position, I guess I would go queen d2, yeah.
We are missing something here because apparently bishop g6 is very strong here for black. but I don't see immediately why.
Again, if rook f4, there is knight c4 probably.
Oops.
And rook e3,
Yes.
I guess the same, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Wow, bishop g6 is just a skewer.
Yeah, it's
an
a
unexpected one.
nice geometry, yeah. So queen d2 wouldn't work here. Ding down to 30 minutes, which is also not such a good development for him.
Yeah, so he will be 20 moves away after he makes a move. So yeah, that's not a lot of time for him.
Not at all. Not at all.
But okay, he has been able to stabilize it a bit, but he still needs to be careful of any tricks and stuff.
Yeah, and especially with Black's last move, it made it at least practically a bit more difficult when you still have to watch out for the rook on e4.
So probably it's a good idea to just start with queen e2. Also preventing this knight before. And
yeah, I like that idea.
Maybe, I don't know what is next. But...
Maybe rook d8. Rook a to d8.
Yeah. Also... Yeah, it feels so dangerous for white because there might be some threats again, yeah?
Yeah, with knight takes e4, there's always something to watch out like
guess not immediately because you can take on e8 intermediate move, but like knight c4, d4 would probably already work for black, yeah? Because rook e4 and queen e5 once again.
Yeah, something like this, for example, yeah.
Yeah, which doesn't work because of the intermediate.
Takes e8,
yeah, but stuff like that. So maybe step out of this.
Yeah, like queen c3 maybe.
Yeah, I like queen c3.
And I mean, now knight b4 is again an option. But I guess you always have this idea that after c5, you have knight b5.
Yeah, and you don't even get back the pawn, right?
Yeah, I guess again you could have some arguments for dynamic play like queen e7 and then some f5.
Yeah, that's true. That might be very dangerous again, actually.
Could be, yeah. Even though I might be
able is so centralized and
might be able to stop everything, putting the rook back to f2 maybe, but also knight g4 here. It's
yeah, it feels like there is something here for black, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
At least enough play.
I agree. So still Ding has to come up with something here after 95. And in the meanwhile, I suggest we go on our second break. Yeah, position is tensing up, so we just need to freshen up a little bit before we hit the time trouble phase, which will probably come pretty soon, I would say.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it will just take around 5 to 10 minutes. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll be back and see you after the break. And welcome back, everyone, to the stream of the broadcast of the commentary of the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Gukesh and Ding Liren. And yeah, we are just back after a small break, and there has been a small development in the game. It's slowly heating up. So let's get back to the main analysis. We have stopped for the break after the move knight to e5 here. And Ding went for knight to f3, trying to simplify. At least that's my explanation. He's low on time, and I think he wants to get rid of some material. And Gukesh has replied by knight d7. What do we think about it, Thomas?
Yeah, so, okay, all of these moves I haven't really seen coming, so let's see actually what. So, okay, first of all, knight f3. What is going on here?
Yeah, to me, as I said, it seems like somewhat of a desperate attempt to exchange.
Pieces, yeah?
Yeah.
So, and Gukesh is trying to avoid that. Well, I mean, he is allowing to trade of rooks, which has happened actually. But,
Rook e8 has happened in the game.
Yeah.
The computer was pointing out that after knight f3, bishop g6 was a bit better. Because now I think you're keeping the rooks on the board.
Ah, yes.
I guess the rook has to go somewhere like f4, and maybe
f4 seems more natural. Yeah.
Maybe then to take, let's say, rook takes.
No, you don't. You shouldn't take on f3, but you have knight b4 again after rook f4.
A knight before even. But isn't this also a better option, a better version with these rooks still on the board, or is it not so clear? Maybe it's not so clear, huh? Bishop f3, maybe.
Bishop f3, and everything is starting to be well protected. Like this rook is
it's
weird,
actually
but
quite active here. Yeah? It does control many squares. And you were saying knight b4 here. It does cause some. Okay, that's quite easy to miss. Huh?
And one of the ideas is that after queen d2, you can go knight e takes d3 again. Well, not again, but.
And again, you will get 2 pawns for
the exchange, yeah. And with white's open king and weak pawns, it's
that's already pretty bad objectively as well. So what was white supposed to do here? If queen d2 isn't.
But it's just already slightly unpleasant, it seems, after knight b4.
So bishop g6 was actually quite an
annoying move, yeah.
Quite a big chance, yeah. Knight b4 and rook b1 apparently is the best move, according to the computer. But again, bishop h5 and this pawn on e2 will be a big target.
But anyway, I guess he's prioritizing time here, I guess.
Yeah, like he's been playing quite fast, and here after rook b1 he anyway went b5.
Wow, okay. Yeah, so let's get to the live position because a lot of things are happening now. What is going on? This is not something I'd seen coming.
Yeah, so what happens first of all if I just grab the pawn?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I guess you can throw in queen b6 and then take. Maybe that's his idea.
Yeah, because if you take on b5 and rook takes b5, there's not really any trick, no?
I guess you can pick up the pawn on a2, but now white would probably be pretty happy because the pawn on a5 is also quite good.
Yeah, so I agree that the check makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. So check here, I guess king h1.
And then take back?
Yeah, and these pawns are quite fast, yeah?
I mean, you're just threatening to take on a2 and...
Also, yeah. Also that.
And b4? Oh, this is looking nasty for white.
So maybe rook b1 was an inaccuracy?
Yeah, maybe he missed his b5, yeah?
Yeah, it's definitely
easy to miss, yeah?
To miss b5 and then queen b6, yeah?
Because also, you don't have to worry about this queen b6 check. I mean, you think you're preventing it with rook b1. And it's easy to miss that after b5, suddenly it's possible to give this check. And
yeah. Maybe he could have gone queen d2 instead of rook b1, what we were seeing. But again, there's the same idea. b5, c takes b5, check, and c b5. Again, black would be better here. So
yes, that is true.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that Gukesh saw this whole idea with b5, which is actually a nice little
Yeah, very
idea.
nice idea. And Ding is under pressure again because okay, well, I guess you cannot really take on b5 because you're just helping black basically. A2 will be hanging, and it doesn't really improve white's position to include
But
trade. Yeah.
Otherwise, the pawn on c4 also might drop. Just briefly, instead of rook b1, it turns out that bishop b2 was quite a good move, which still holds the balance because now after b5, if takes queen b6 check, I have bishop d4, and you cannot take with the pawn.
Yeah.
So bishop b2 would have been a nice way to, at least for now, avoid b5. And it also makes sense because
it completely.
Yeah, that's a logical explanation.
Because probably the only intention of one is to just prevent all these kinds of stuff. And
yeah, but anyway, it happens.
Yeah.
And Ding is below 20 minutes, so that doesn't look very good for him.
But even, yeah, I would even prefer allowing black to take on c4 because at least the pawn structure gets ruined, and maybe you drop a pawn, but
you will have some compensation,
yeah,
and at least some active play. In this position, white doesn't have any active play whatsoever, and black has very easy moves.
Yeah, and it's sort of harmonious. Well, after, like, let's say you take on c4 and you put the bishop there, it still feels like the pieces are a bit loose somehow.
So what would be your move here?
And okay, that's another question. Yeah, to actually come up with something, but
just not to take.
Yeah.
Could you go? I mean, king h1 would be one idea.
Yeah, that's might be an idea.
But let's say I just grab the pawn on c4. Also, this position after b4 and then let's say knight c5 does look like it's better for black. Because you will never have d4 because knight e4 will come. And black might just slowly pressure the pawn on e2.
That might be even better than just taking the pawn. But okay, let's see what happens if you do take it. Takes.
Will you take back? I was not so sure.
Maybe not.
I thought maybe queen c2 could also be considered. Because if you take and I take back, then both of these guys are hanging.
And bishop d6, maybe?
Bishop d6, yeah.
And then I want to go knight d4 next, I think.
Yeah, then you have some play, yeah. Yeah, knight d4 is coming. I mean, it all doesn't look good for white, yeah. Also knight c5, for example. And if knight d4, knight e4. I can't say that I'm a fan of white's position. Probably Ding isn't either at this point.
No, this looks nasty.
Yeah, not an easy decision now for Ding. Already at 17 minutes.
Yeah, this could go or be wrong for Ning. So, okay, objectively it's bad, but not losing, of course, but
for the computer, yeah, but for a human it looks
and it's just a horrible position to play. No fun.
Yeah. Just one move, yeah, rook b1 looks totally logical. And just one move and like the position becomes very, very hard all of a sudden.
But okay, he has been quite resilient so far, so
yeah, let's hope he will come up with defensive resources like he did yesterday. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying?
I mean, even low on time, he's been resilient.
Yeah, absolutely.
Basically.
And someone in the chat pointed out that he's thinking about bishop c1 with the idea to get bishop f4 at some point.
But even once you get there, like, what's the...
Well, I'm attacking the queen, and I'm already happy about this.
Okay, but the queen moves, and then what? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, anyway, the bishop probably has to move. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah.
Because on a3 it's actually not doing much, and after b takes c4 now, again, it doesn't look clear. And Ding took on b5.
He took, yeah.
Okay, that's
okay, I guess
that's understandable, because
trying to simplify.
it didn't seem obvious, like how white will have compensation if he gives the pawn here. So
yeah, so the amount of moves is yeah, he still has to make like 17 moves in 17 minutes, more or less. So
yeah, I guess queen b6 will come. I think it's already on the board.
yeah, king h1 should also...
Probably, yeah, because d4 only makes matters
I turn
worse.
on the engine and it says king f1 best move.
King f1 even. Just that the king
there's no shot he goes for that, no?
I mean, the king is more active in an endgame, but in a middle game,
he goes king f1.
He goes king f1, yeah. So maybe now we will see again the prime defensive thing, yeah, which we saw yesterday.
He puts himself under pressure and then he starts to make every first line.
Yeah.
Reminds me of this, there was this one game where some girl went king f8 and it was really suspicious somehow. I forgot where. There was like a first line move. I think she was caught cheating actually, but I'm not sure. Where it was also just a random position full of pieces and then king f8 was the best move and that was played.
Yeah, I mean, here it's also not an easy spot. But at least the king is in check, so it's...
Yeah, and we're getting close to an endgame and protecting some pawns, so...
It is protecting the pawn on e2. I think that's also a big upside of that.
But somehow I would not... I mean, the first... If you, like in bullet, you just go king h1 and then...
That's true,
like, because Ding is basically playing bullet at this point with like 1 minute for each move.
Yeah.
That's... So now what?
And
Bishop
they
e2.
made some moves. Bishop e2 was played. So what happens if I just take on a2?
Bishop d4 maybe? Is that the idea? No.
And then queen... where do I go? To b8? Then you have rook a1 now.
Yeah, so the problem is that I'm attacking b5, but you also need to keep an eye out on a5, because otherwise I go rook a1 and I take it maybe. And I don't see a good way how you can protect everything here.
And if queen b7, still rook a1 now.
Well, queen b7 is... it's suspicious to put it on this diagonal. But...
It is, but I thought that after knight e5 I still have bishop d5. When
queen b3? Is that something?
Oh, that's a nice idea at least.
Maybe you're fine still, yeah? Just take the queen and knight ac5. But a lot of stuff is hanging. I don't know what's going on. Also fe5. fe5 just wins a piece or what?
fe5 wins the piece, it seems, yeah.
Ah, no, wait. There's still something.
Bishop a6, take. But okay, here, knight c5. Knight c5, bishop. Somehow it doesn't seem like it should work. Just b4 maybe?
Just b4 maybe, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but probably we missed like 100 tactics there, but...
So bishop a2, bishop d4.
That has to be the idea, right?
It's the only idea I can see, huh? Because otherwise, if you move the rook, it will be just like a clear pawn down, yeah.
So I would prefer, I guess, to give the a pawn. So maybe just queen b8 and then.
By the way, I could maybe also just block it, yeah, knight c5.
Ah, knight c5, yeah. Wow. That's a good point. It's scary to pin yourself, but
it is, yeah.
Somehow pinning yourself is a recurring theme in World Championship matches. So
yeah, if we think back, especially of the Nepomniachtchi against Ding
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So rook c1, I guess, no?
Rook c1.
At least threatening to win a piece.
You do also have some ideas like bishop h3 in some cases. But for now, queen c2 is, of course, the main threat.
So maybe bishop e6?
Bishop e6, yeah. And if queen c2, you still have rook c8. And Kukash took on a2. And objectively, it's not looking good for Ding.
Bishop d4 happened, yeah. Okay, so I'm curious how is this. It was bad. Bishop e2 is bad because you can just take on a2. Checking with computer now.
So what was his only chance here after c takes b5? Bishop h3 is the best move here.
Yeah, or queen d2 apparently.
Queen d2, and if b4, now bishop e2. Yeah, that does look more human, because now after bishop a2, do you have
bishop, and now bishop d4.
And if queen e6, rook a1.
Okay, this doesn't look so human at all, no?
Yeah, like, it's also very hard, yeah. Like, what happens after b3, for example?
You can apparently just take on a5.
And give the pawn on e2, yeah.
E2 and don't care, yeah. Probably that's even bad for Macron. Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay, this is crazy.
That's quite tough, yeah.
But yeah, after bishop d4 in the game, you have to block this. You have to pin yourself, but with the other knight is better.
Yeah, because here after knight ac5, rook c1, bishop e6, queen c2, rook c8, it's actually not clear. Because bishop e3 and d4 is a big threat.
And yeah, somehow this knight on a6 is better defender than on d7, yeah? Because it's also more vulnerable, and it's in the way, because your rook is not protected on c8 anymore.
So knight d5 looks like it's the only good way.
And I mean, he has all the time in the world to
he does have a lot of time, yeah. But if knight dc5 happens, it will probably be
pretty nasty, yeah.
Yeah, and if rook c1, you just move the bishop somewhere, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, he's speeding up, but this king of 1 was a good defensive move, but bishop e2 just doesn't work, yeah.
Yeah. If Kukash manages to find knight dc5.
I mean, it's still far from over. I mean, we've seen worse positions, so.
Yeah, also yesterday it was.
Yeah.
I think many people were assuming that the game would just end very soon, and then Ding came up with very good defensive resources. Yeah, Ding is low on time, yeah, as you point out in the chat. 16 minutes is not a lot.
Well, by now it's more the question, what is the bigger issue, yeah? Like the clock or the actual position now?
Yeah. At least Ding is starting to play faster, but it might just be too late, huh? So knight dc5 is.
I think Kukash will find it.
Yeah, this is kind of his strength there, to come up with moves like this. But yeah, it's
very concrete and
it's not an obvious move at all. So let's just see again why knight ac5 is not as good. Because it seems like after rook c1, now queen c2 is coming, so the bishop probably has to move. And now after queen c2, rook c8, bishop e3, d4 is coming, and also knight d4 is in there. And
so how does black even survive there?
I think rook c7 is possible.
Ah.
That after d4 there's knight a6. And I think here knight d4 was a good move.
Yeah, still you're pinned everywhere, and
If the bishop goes back, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I mean this could also go wrong for black. Yeah. Is there knight c6?
Is there knight a6 after knight d4, or am I dropping something?
That's also an idea.
Maybe just knight c6. Oh no, wait, the bishop is not protected.
Yeah, if knight c6, queen takes e3.
I guess it's fine for black.
I also don't really see. I mean, black is still this pawn up, and
I mean, if you have to make a normal move like queen d2, then okay, it's just trade and still maybe not so clear.
There are some knight c6 ideas, yeah.
Yeah, and if you trade queen c1, there's also queen c8 stuff, which could be annoying. Okay,
yeah.
maybe still not so clear.
This is not so clear, yeah. So if he finds knight dc5, and we play the same rook c1, I don't know where you go with the bishop, if you go to d5 or to e6.
I like e6. I don't know.
Bishop e6, queen c2, and rook c8, yeah. And if you do the same now with bishop e3, now first of all d4 is not a threat, because the rook on c8 is protected. So maybe your black can just go something like b4.
I mean, you can even step out of the pin, no? Like the first pin with the queen. I mean, like
to b8 maybe, or
yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's also an idea now already.
Maybe you get harassed with bishop f4.
Yeah. If queen b8, maybe bishop f4. Yeah, still.
So he has been thinking for 7 minutes now.
Yeah, I expect him to take some time here. This is definitely a critical moment.
Yeah, it's critical and he senses it.
Yeah.
Well, ac5.
Knight ac5 played.
Okay. That's not the best one.
It's not the best one, but yeah, it's not easy to see why you should take the d knight.
But okay, that means that the game is still going, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, even though you could probably say the same for knight dc5.
It's definitely, and things still.
Because even though the computer says it's minus 1.7, it's still far from actually being over.
Yeah. And I guess rook c1 will be played rather fast. At least I hope so for Ding. By the way, after rook c1, which was played, yeah, rook c1 was played.
Yes.
I just wanted to suggest if I can go b4 here.
Queen c2, b3, yeah?
Or if, yeah, let's say it takes queen c2, my idea was b3. But in the end, after queen c5, you still have knight to d2.
No, but you can go b2 immediately, no? Instead of trading. Like queen c5.
Here b2, yeah?
Yeah, no, yeah, here, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, then it's an issue. Then it's an issue. Because here,
this rook is kind of overloaded.
Black is an exchange up, yeah. Yeah, so b4, what happens here?
Maybe knight d2.
Knight d2 is one option, yeah. Could I go queen c2 right away and after b3 only then take on c5? It's the same, yeah?
Yeah, it is the same, but you also have an extra option of giving a check on c4.
Yeah.
I don't know if it matters, but I don't know. I like this knight e2 after b4 because
Yeah,
after b3 there's also bishop d5 check, and then I think I can start to win this pawn b3.
Yeah. And still there's the threat of queen c2.
Yeah, so unless I'm missing something. Yeah, this is still very complicated. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah. So Gukesh is thinking here, which is a bit surprising since I think rook c1 was kind of obvious, right?
Yeah, okay, but still he has a lot of time, so he can double check stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Completely. Maybe he didn't even really consider this other knight move to c5. He was just thinking about knight a c5 and the queen move, because those are the most human moves, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, knight dc5, as we said, is not easy to spot because somehow, the knight on d7 seems more useful.
Yeah, I mean, generally, like this knight on a6 is on the edge of the board, so naturally you want to sort of improve it towards the center.
Exactly.
And the other knight is already centralized, so.
But yeah, as we said, it turns out that the knight on d7 is actually often a bit in the way because there are some ideas with bishop h3 sometimes. Also, the rook on c8 could be protected after something like rook c8, bishop e6. Then the knight will be able to move in some cases. So therefore, knight ac5 was more accurate according to the engines. But we cannot really criticize Gukesh for playing knight ac5. I think it was everyone's first instinct.
So, okay, probably this will all fizzle out to a draw at some point again, just like every other game.
You think so?
Considering the trend of this match, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It was very often like this, that Gukesh had very good chances, and then Ding managed to find some good defensive resources, and in the end it ended in a draw. Also the other way around, yeah. Also Ding often had good chances, but then didn't manage to fully capitalize on them.
So I see that your b4 is the best move, actually.
Ah, it is? Okay.
My knight e2 is very bad. Before knight e2 and bishop f7, just safely returning the bishop home, and black is winning again.
And if queen c2 again, there's b3.
No, there's queen e6 with counter chances on e2.
Queen e6. Yeah, because b3 I can take on c5 or?
Yeah, you can take on c5, yeah.
And then after knight c5, queen c5.
Queen c5.
If b2, you can just move the rook, yeah?
Yeah, the knight is covering.
Okay, yeah.
So that doesn't work, but queen e6 is very nasty. Unexpected shot here.
Yeah, and if queen d1, I guess b2. Or
no, wait.
do you have
without b3, yeah?
Queen
e6 without b3.
Without b3 here right away, yeah. Yeah, that's nice. Just moving the queen away from the pin and at the same time attacking this pawn. And if bishop takes c5, I assume you just take here and at least you can take on c5 when you win back the piece.
Yeah. So okay, my knight d2 move was not so great.
Yeah, and
so the only way to defend after b4 is queen c2 anyway.
Okay, and after b3 I will try to use my own brain, but I cannot make any promises.
Yes, you can try. I've already checked, so I know, but
So what we had before was that bishop takes e5, knight takes e5, queen takes e5, b2 is a big issue. And yeah, here it seemed like white is just lost. So I need to come up with something else here. And if queen c4 check, the issue is just king h8, and I cannot seem to see anything. By the way, bishop b3 is on the board.
Okay.
Just please let me know what is the solution after b4. Queen c2, b3,
and queen b2 was the best.
Wow.
Apparently.
Queen b2 and
it looks horrible.
If just queen a4.
Sorry, what?
Queen b5 after queen b2.
And then knight d2. But it's screaming. Okay. I mean, black has also put his bishop out of place somehow, but...
That's true, but I was just scared that knight a4 followed by b2 will come any second. Like here, knight a4, for example.
Queen a3, still? Not so easy to actually push this pawn.
And if b2, you can... you take with check, yeah. Yes. I already missed.
So after knight a4, queen a3, white is winning, actually.
Wow.
Because I'm threatening bishop c6, and...
So here white is winning, yeah.
But okay.
Yeah.
This has not happened. Bishop b4, and queen e1 has been played.
Played almost immediately by Ding.
Which is the only move, so... Apparently.
What's the difference between queen e1 and queen d2? Just...
I have no idea, to be honest.
Queen on d2 might run into some knight b3 sometimes, or...
Okay, let's try to figure this out on my own at first. So queen e1 is played and was the only move. Queen e2 is losing. Why? I fail to see the difference. No.
Maybe you want to have knight d2 again?
Knight d2, yeah, probably.
Oh, also queen f2 is one idea, huh?
Queen f2, yeah.
Queen f2. That's probably the
main... combination of those ideas, probably, yeah.
That would be my explanation, yeah.
Yeah, because queen e2, b4, and then you have no good follow-up. And queen e1, b4, then you have... Both moves are fine, yeah, queen f2 and knight d2. Yeah.
Knight d2 is possible. I was not sure what happens after knight d2. Knight takes d3. Bishop takes b6. Knight takes e1. Maybe you have bishop c6.
White is winning. Do you see how? Okay, I'll try to turn off my engine.
Bishop on b3 is also hanging.
Yeah. But yeah, bishop c6 just, huh? And there's just too much.
Bishop c6, I guess I can also take on e1, yeah, and then... Even though this might not be so clear. But yeah, bishop c6 is easier. So knight e3 doesn't work. And otherwise, I mean, here already... I mean, black could lose a piece somehow, yeah, I'm just...
Yeah, if you're not careful.
So what can black do after queen e1?
Okay, somehow b4 doesn't feel like the most natural human way to play, because you're basically just ignoring the pin. The bishop on b3 looks out of place now, so... Maybe I feel like the more natural way of playing would be to either get out of the spin or move this bishop somewhere safe.
Yeah, but then why did he play bishop b3, huh?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe he underestimated queen e1, but...
That's possible, yeah.
And if I just protect the c5 knight with rook c8, that would look pretty logical to me.
After queen e1?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Again, you have ideas with bishop h3 possibly as well. So
yeah, so many pins, yeah. These bishops are finally sort of alive.
Yeah. But bishop
bishop.
h3.
I don't see the problem with bishop h3.
Bishop e6. Am I blundering something here?
I thought you were, but maybe you're right.
I mean, at least you can probably take on e6 and take on a5, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then also problems are over, it seems.
Yeah, so bishop.
Maybe white is better, yeah?
Yeah,
Just winning.
if one of those pawns fall, it could easily turn, yeah? So, but what else after bishop h3? Because you cannot really move the queen without dropping the pawn on a5 as well.
No, rook c8 just steps into every pin.
Makes it even worse, yeah.
But what else?
Queen e1, nice defensive move by Ding.
Yeah, once again, yeah, under pressure. I mean,
yeah.
He steps up.
And
could Ding win?
Sorry?
Could Ding win this game?
I mean, I think it's becoming more and more likely. I would still not.
More of a 3-result game now.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. I was just about to suggest if I can make knight takes d3 work. I'm not confident at all, because probably you can just move the queen somewhere. But I wanted to give it a try. Probably just queen c3.
I have to move the queen because I don't see anything else, but just queen d2 and
yeah.
I don't see any follow-up.
Yeah, me neither. That's the problem. Yeah, so knight d3 doesn't work either. Yeah, b4 queen f2 is the point, and someone also suggested in the chat the move a4, but it does allow queen b4 as well.
Yeah, queen b4 is like multitasking, yeah, like both attacking and also defending.
Yeah. Well, if the queen would appear on b4, I think white would be very happy.
Yeah, like somehow this a4 also feels like the wrong pawn to push because you
weaken the dark squares, huh?
Yeah, like all those dark squares.
Yeah, so b4 would definitely be the move which Black would like to make. But after b4 right away, I think it was knight d2, yeah, what we were worried about. It was knight d2, right? b4 knight d2. Because now I'm also thinking what happens after queen f2, yeah?
Yeah, I think here both moves were fine, I think, if I remember correctly. Like knight d2 and queen f2 both were okay.
And I think we have a move. Bishop e6 back now.
Yeah, that feels human. This bishop was just not so great on b3, and you're guarding against bishop h3 stuff.
But he's kind of admitting his mistake, yeah? Because he went bishop e3, and probably the queen is more useful on...
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
He went queen f2 and rook c8, yeah? And bishop e3 played immediately.
Wow, he's really blitzing. Okay, I have no idea.
And white is winning here.
What?
It's white is much better here.
Wow, I see.
That's a crazy turn of events.
Trying to resist the temptation of putting the engine on, but I see. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I just had to have a brief look. Wow. So that's now actually anything can happen now.
What's going on? I just said it. It could become a 3-result game.
Yeah, and you were totally right. Someone wrote in the chat, I want to go and eat pork ribs, but it's too exciting. I think now you will have to wait even longer with the pork ribs. I mean, now it's like, I think no one was expecting this. After b5, it was looking so incredibly hard for Ding.
Yeah, but as someone in chat said, like when he plays fast, he plays super strong.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Maybe this is all a strategy. Yeah, this time management. He just gets some time pressure. Like he chooses to be in time trouble, and then he starts playing like his true strength.
What Levon Aronian said in the stream when we had him on, which I think is actually the case, is Levon said that Ding is actually a very intuitive player. And more recently, he wasn't able to really rely on his intuition so much. But it seems to me like when he's playing faster, he's at the same time maybe relying more on his intuition, and then it's when things start to go pretty well for him.
He's overthinking when he's thinking too much, and then it leads to a bad decision. Yeah.
Yeah.
But now he has no time to overthink.
Exactly. Yeah. So what can black do now? Because d4 is a huge threat, just picking up the piece. And if rook c7 with the idea of d4 knight a6, I guess you have some... What do you have here? Or do you even go d4? That's another question. Can you go knight d4 maybe?
I mean, you only go d4 if you win something immediately, because otherwise it's very inflexible.
Yeah, now it turns around again after knight a6 probably.
Yeah.
Because after knight takes e4, white would win the piece with d5, but black could capture with the queen. And black would probably be again in the driver's seat.
So okay, what else is there after rook c7?
I thought maybe knight d4, yeah.
You can go for a draw with bishop f4, but
yeah, that
will be the most surprising turn of events. Yeah, like the thing is finally winning, and then he decides to repeat moves.
Yeah. And what about knight d4 here?
Knight d4, okay. I mean, bishop f7, I guess.
Bishop f7, yeah. I don't have... I mean, I guess I could play like knight f5 somewhat slowly, but at some point you will also start pushing your pawns, yeah? Like knight f5, I guess b4. But now I have also bishop f4 and then knight d6.
Yeah, but there's also bishop f4, knight e5.
Knight e5.
And then also some knight d3 stuff is in the air.
And if d3 now? d4.
Yeah, I thought I had knight d3, but I missed that the bishop is still guarding this rook. But still, it feels like there's something.
Knight cd3 or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't take... I mean,
I have no idea what's going on
even
here.
something like this, yeah? I mean, these pawns in an endgame could be quite...
Yeah, but is black just winning the piece back here, or does white have something? Or is it back rank? Because if you just make a normal queen move, you protect c1, then there's queen b5, queen f5.
Yeah, here, queen c2 I can try, because queen b5, maybe I have some check here.
Yeah.
But here...
Okay, we're probably missing a million tactics on the way, but...
Yeah, also this is queen a6 maybe, and also here probably anything can happen. Some discoveries.
Okay, I don't want to know how bad this line was. We probably went from white winning to black winning every move, so...
Yeah. I wonder how Gukash is currently, like how his body language is. Like if he... I guess that he will see that something went wrong.
Yeah, and also by time, like, I mean, Gukash is starting to get close to Ding's time again.
Yeah.
Which is also what's happening before again. What happened before also.
Yeah. Okay. We have help from the chat that in the line we just had, that after knight f5, b4, they pointed out knight e7 check, let's say the king...
h8, I guess.
And then knight d5, but I was...
But I thought I can just take it.
Yeah, and I didn't see the follow-up.
I was also thinking about this. I was also thinking about going bishop d5 first, like trying to get you to take, and then I have knight e7,
bishop d5.
d5.
Here,
But
yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm threatening anything. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I am threatening maybe to go knight e7 and then take on f7. But
then knight e7, king f8, bishop f7, king e7.
e7, no problem.
Do we have a move?
Yeah,
Rook
rook c7.
c7 was played out.
Okay, so now in 5 seconds we will see Ding's move, I guess.
Ding played knight d4. No draw.
Someone in chat said knight c6 after bishop f7. Is that just winning the exchange or what?
So rook c6, bishop c6, queen c6.
There's no check, or I mean there's one check, but that's it.
But you have queen g1 now. Okay, also here, I mean
yeah, good luck defending the pawns.
I don't know how do you take here?
I guess bishop, and then because bishop takes also threatens rook c8 check.
That's true, yeah.
So at least you have to spend one more move to. And probably anyway, white can go rook c8 and go get behind the pawn.
Behind the pawns, then bishop on d4 will be very active, and probably everything will be.
And then the king, and then yeah.
Okay, this is huge. This is huge. So Kuka's thinking after knight d4. I mean, Ding is down to 12 minutes, yeah, but it's 10 moves to make, so yeah. From what we talked about before, probably now is the time when he will unveil his full accuracy chess, yeah, with 10 minutes on the clock.
Wow, what a turnaround.
Yeah.
Bishop pair too strong. Maybe people were right, yeah. Maybe I should listen.
Yeah, Gukash's time is also getting closer to Ding's. That's another factor.
I mean, it did work, to be honest. I mean, Gukash did achieve a winning position by giving up this bishop for the knight, but
yeah,
not so easy to play, I guess.
No, I mean, now we actually saw the strength of the two bishops, like
yeah.
next to each other, controlling the whole board, basically.
Yeah, suddenly all white's pieces are completely harmonized, and
yeah, and the idea with queen e1, queen f2 is just very powerful, and maybe what Gukash missed or underestimated.
I mean, it has to be that, right? I mean,
yeah.
Otherwise, bishop b3 makes no sense because you're helping white completely.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know if he had intended something after queen e1, which then he saw doesn't work. Because that's kind of the only logical explanation. Like, maybe he was thinking about knight d3, but just queen d2 and it's winning, yeah. So that was pretty strange, but anyway, then Gukash just admitted his mistake by going back. I'm also not sure if he had anything better by now after queen e1.
Wait, what? I'm seeing in chat, knight e4 is not the best move.
It's not?
Knight e1 was better.
Knight e1.
Once again, back to e1. Wow. Why?
Okay, I think if someone plays knight e1 here in a game, I think everything is clear, yeah. I think
very interesting.
Is it the point? Okay, let's say knight e1, let's say black just goes b4. I think the point is now you go d4, and when the knight moves to a6, you have d5, and there's
no check.
No check on the first rank, yeah. That is probably the point.
Yes, that's the idea indeed.
Okay, knight e1 is actually insane.
Very nice, yeah. And also, yeah, black just doesn't have a good way to get out of these pins. Like, you would like to go queen d6 after knight e1, but yeah, just bishop f4 and you're still completely stuck.
Yeah, and if knight e5, now you have d4.
Yeah.
And knight e1
These bishops are so strong here, it's insane.
91 is crazy, but as someone already pointed out in the chat, I mean, once you see 94, you're not really looking for anything else anymore.
Yeah.
And
I mean, 94 looks pretty crushing already. So.
And probably the line which we discussed will happen. I mean, most likely he has to go to f7. After knight d4, bishop f7 probably has to be played, and after knight c6, most likely we will reach.
I'm still confused. I see one engine line which says g5 after knight d4.
After knight d4, g5.
Yes.
Just
and
flopping
then
bishop f4 in.
Knight takes e6, knight takes e6.
And
because you cannot really take the queen, because then you're losing.
C1, yeah.
So now rook b1.
Okay.
Queen d6, rook takes b5, and just continue positioning it.
Yeah, but g5 is also a kind of a mysterious move, yeah.
Yeah, no, there's... yeah, there was also... Ding also had the opportunity to go g5. Like, was it yesterday or no? Or a few games ago? Like, there was one moment where he was also under pressure, and there was this idea where he could go g5, white could take g5, and then h6, and then... That was yesterday, I think, no? Where with the knight on f8, it could go to g6 afterwards.
It could be.
Pretty sure.
I can't recall the exact moment, but there were definitely some ideas. Just you mean to sacrifice the pawn, yeah, to get the knight into the game.
Yeah. Obviously, it's also completely insane, but I think it was yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, so knight d4 is still the position we have on the board. Gukish down to 13 minutes. And I mean, my presumption would be that bishop f7 is played, and I'm still very much curious on this about this position here, because it doesn't seem that clear from my perspective. Like black needs only a couple of moves and he would be probably winning, yeah, but
yeah,
he's probably not in time.
So time is equal now. Actually, Ding is up time for the first.
In the whole game, probably, yeah, that he's up on time. So that's the current position. 94. Someone said in the chat, in the first 4 games, black's b7 pawn never moved. That's quite an interesting observation, yeah?
Which pawn, sorry?
The b7 pawn.
But it moved today, so...
Yeah, but in the first 4 games of the match,
okay.
I think that was the point. And if I think about it, I think it's actually true, yeah?
Today it was the B pawn was trying to be the star of the game, but somehow it went wrong. Yeah. Bishop f7 played.
Bishop f7 is on the board. Yeah, someone pointed out in the chat, which is also true, because many people are criticizing, I think, both players for not having such a high accuracy, if you can even call it like that. I think they are playing very good in most of the games. Of course, there happen mistakes, but one important point, which someone, as I said, pointed out, is that if you compare it to matches like, for example, Magnus Carlsen's matches, he always had a very solid style in his matches, and therefore the games didn't offer as much room for like big mistakes or even blunders. And I think in this match, what we're seeing is often very unusual and unorthodox positions.
Yeah, like today it's the most extreme example, but...
Exactly, yeah, like with a position which you never really studied before, at least that much. So therefore it's understandable that there do happen more mistakes, and I think it's actually a lot nicer for the viewers. I mean, it's more interesting, it leads to way more interesting games. And
no, this match is very high entertainment value.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, in the meantime, this whole exchange sacrifice happened, and bishop takes c5 is now on the board.
Queen takes c6. And did he go for queen h1? No, not yet.
No, he's thinking, yeah.
So that's the current position.
But I mean, this check doesn't also accomplish much. Yeah? It's just one check, so it makes more sense to improve the position, like start running with the pawns or make some room for the king with like h6.
Yeah, I was also considering h6. That does look quite logical because we often saw some back rank issues.
Also, I wouldn't be so sure about trading queens here as black. I mean, white's king is still a bit unsafe. I mean, if I would be black, I would never trade queens here, just to keep it as complicated as possible
and to have some counterplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I would be dreaming of winning this game as black still, but
the only thing is that black doesn't have any like attackers, on the king side. If like he had the bishop on h3 and the king was on g1.
No attackers, but also white's queen is kind of, for now, it's kind of stuck there.
Yeah, it has to defend the king for now.
Yeah. Like, what happens if I go b4 here? If I just start running?
Yeah, b4 is probably the most. h6 was played, by the way.
Okay.
But yeah, b4 was very logical. I have to say. Oops.
Just asking some questions. How? Okay. I see now. The best move after b4 is king e1.
Wow.
Just moving this king to d2, moving it to safety and.
To safety, yeah, to d2.
I mean, yeah.
It is actually quite a lot safer, yeah, because black's
sheltering
pieces
behind those pawns, yeah. Also
behind black's pawns, yeah, on the queen side. They are somewhat holding off black's attackers.
This was the whole idea of not moving those pawns anytime in the game. Yeah,
that the king will be safe in the center, yeah.
So Ding has moved also. He made king e1.
He played king e1 as well. After h6 as well. So he did understand that the king is quite safe in the center.
Yeah, someone pointing out in chat, like, they also make more mistakes in chess 960 because the positions are unusual. But as we pointed out before, the game sort of resembled a chess 960 game with this weird rook on e4, and I don't know, it just felt like it somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was like a non-standard position, so therefore,
yeah,
it's harder for the players to navigate. And b4 on the board, yeah. So what happens if I now go just king d2? Will you continue pushing, or? Because I think at some point I will just blockade your pawns, like b3.
Like queen d4 is coming, yeah.
Queen d4 maybe, yeah.
And I need to watch out because after queen d4, you start to threat like bishop a3 and rook c7.
Yeah, and now if I manage to set up the blockade, but if queen d4 b2.
Yeah, does that work? I guess it does, yeah.
Queen b2, knight c5. I do have some pins here, yeah.
Yeah, but you're also threatening knight b3 check, so.
Yeah, that's true. So
and
queen c3, knight b3.
And queen c1 is an important.
Queen c1 is important, and black is winning.
Yeah, probably I managed to lose this position in 2 moves, so I guess b2 is just winning.
So Ding is still thinking for king d2, but so does look very logical. He could also start with queen d4 maybe.
And then after b3, bishop a3.
Yeah. And queen d4 is on the board.
So, no. I mean, I would think about taking on c5 and just grabbing a pawn on h2, but maybe that's not the best way to play this position.
So knight c5, I assume rook c5, queen h1,
and
king
then
d2.
Just go for this pawn and try to.
Rook a5. Ah, you take another one maybe, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. You take on b4,
but
then what's going on?
I might try to mate you on the king side, yeah.
But how?
Let's say rook c8, king h7.
I don't see mate yet, but maybe queen e4, queen e8, or
Queen e4, bishop g6.
and then queen a8. It's a good start, I guess.
Queen a8, yeah. And now the king already has to run out.
Yeah, okay, this feels like it's going wrong, yeah.
Yeah.
Like wherever the bishop moves, you give a check, and then you have another check with the queen somewhere. And although, can I go bishop f5?
And you just run out, yeah, like
And just not
check,
run to g5 or
check.
something? Well, I mean, what could possibly go wrong here?
Rook g8.
g6.
But after g6 now I go back, and now I don't have king g6 back.
Okay, king h. Yeah, this is not looking that pretty for me.
Rook h8 maybe, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Good enough. I believe you. Okay.
It's still Gukash's move, and he is at 6 minutes. 6 minutes on the clock. Yeah, I'm not sure if he wants to trade the knight for the bishop, because I guess that opposite colored bishops also favor black in this position.
Well, I was just wondering if you can just grab this pawn and try to trade as many pawns as possible, basically. But
yeah, it's quite concrete, of course. Yeah.
Five minutes left for Kukan.
Yeah.
But they are pretty close to move 40, so.
Yeah, I think we will not see anyone losing on time today. I mean, knight e5 is one other quite logical move, just activating the knight, I guess.
Yeah, why not? Looks looks like a nice knight, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess king d2 is the idea.
Yeah, okay, this game is far from over.
Yeah, anything can happen here.
I guess in the end it will end up a draw still.
It's not unlikely, yeah.
Would still be my bet. I mean, I said it before, so I have to stick to it.
Yeah, I mean, this knight e5, king d2, maybe queen g2, but hard to understand.
Yeah, so what do I even play here? Because let's say I go queen f2 and you go back to d5. Like, how do I make progress?
After queen g2, or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how I can play here.
Yeah, probably queen f2 I have to play, yeah, but then
queen d5 back?
Yeah.
Like, how do I make progress here?
Yeah, maybe king d2 is not the move. Knight e5 was played, by the way. Knight e5 on the board.
Maybe going after... No. I wanted to go after some pawns with rook a1, but also feels very suspicious somehow.
Rook a1, yeah. So yes, he played king d2. I mean, king d2 is the move you want, but we still yet have to find something after queen to g2, which threatens knight f3.
queen g2 is also the best move, apparently, yeah. But yeah, far from clear.
Absolutely. And Ding is below, Gukesh is below 5 minutes. And still has a couple of more moves to make. Queen g2 happen.
Played.
I guess Queen f2 is like the only move, yeah, which I think it was played, yeah. Queen f2 is on the board. And is there anything better if black goes back to d5?
Or, I mean, I said that this game is far from over, but maybe it is very close to being over with some repetition.
It could be possible, yeah. Because position doesn't look very safe for white either.
Yeah.
And what else?
So where did actually, so
Queen d5
probably it was this knight
board.
d4 was just not, it was very tempting and good, but this knight d1 was just immediately over, no?
Knight d1 was much stronger. By the way, Ding is going for the repetition at least once. Maybe after the time control he might...
It would be very weird, to be honest, if he makes a draw like right before the time control.
Yeah, but he can repeat. How many more moves can he repeat?
That's a good point.
I mean, does he have any other options here instead of Queen f2? He did go Queen f2.
If he goes back to d4, then it's a draw, yeah? Then it's 3, no? Or
then it should be a 3-time repetition, yeah?
But okay, he has time to think after Queen d5. There's other options after Queen d5 also, yeah. Yeah, Queen d4, then it's 3 times.
After Queen g2, it would be 3 times, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, no, before you make them. You have to play.
Yeah, exactly. So objectively speaking, I again had to ask for some help. After Queen d5, Bishop d4 seems like white still keeps a big advantage, but I mean, like it's far from obvious. Like knight c6, I think Bishop b2, but the Queen on f2 doesn't do much. The King is quite weak on.
I mean, a4. If I just start running.
Yeah, a4 maybe I can try to exchange queens with Queen c5, but
that yeah.
Bishop b6 was the best move here. Again, not
of course. Why did you go to b2?
Of course, yeah.
Obviously, you should go to b6. And if
I guess now I'm not running into a4, a3, but if a4, maybe now Queen c5.
Yeah, probably.
And maybe take with the rook. Yeah, this should be good. Still not clear, but. By the way, Gukesh is thinking of repeating. It would be shocking if he, I don't know, does something else, yeah, like in the London game where he went out of the repetition even though he had an objectively worse position.
But here, I mean, it makes no, like Queen d5 is by far the most natural move here.
Yeah.
Apart from repeating moves, like just put the queen centralized in.
I mean, it could be again that Gukesh is somewhat overestimating his position because, I mean,
yeah, you could probably think that you're better here.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Like,
king is safe.
Black does have one pawn for the exchange, and those are not bad pawns here on the queen side.
Or maybe he doesn't think that he's better, but he thinks that it's like objectively equal.
Yeah.
He can push. It's more easier for him to play. Okay, Queen e5 played. Maybe Ding thinks for like 30 minutes now and then makes a draw or something.
Yeah. Oh, this is an exciting moment. What do you think? Will he go for the draw?
He does.
Immediately went Queen d4. I mean, it's a little bit strange, no?
A little bit strange to go for it immediately, like at least think about it, but I mean, kind of understandable. It's still far from clear that that white is better, apparently.
I think we had one suggestion. Was it? Someone suggested queen e4, but I'm not sure where it was. I think instead of queen f2 back, queen e4. But here, if black takes the double pawns, I mean,
That's a very
knight c4 and b3.
unfavorable trade. Yeah.
Yeah. So now will Gukesh?
Is it the draw or a Gukesh play on?
Go for the repetition? Yeah. Now is his last chance to. I mean, does he have any other like serious options?
I mean, let's say queen a1 check. Does that a1 a2?
Rook c2.
And then yeah, queen b1 or something, just being tricky or something. I'm not seeing
bishop d6. Where does you want to go? Do you want to go b3?
Yeah, possibly.
Bishop d6.
Yeah, b3.
Rook b2.
Queen a1.
So if I take everything, you just go a4, yeah?
Yes. That was my idea. No idea if I'm on time. But at least the rook is completely stuck on b2, so...
Yeah, that's true.
But maybe you can just go queen c3 after queen a1, threatening to take on b3.
So if a4 now, you have rook takes b3.
So I have to move my queen somewhere, and then maybe you can simplify somewhere.
Yeah, where does the queen even move? To the king side somewhere, I assume. G1.
I mean, I have to go to the king side, but you can probably even take on e5 and then queen c8 check, queen f5 check. Or maybe that doesn't accomplish much, actually, now that I think about it. But
yeah, Gukesh is still thinking for now.
Yeah, okay, this is a bit far-fetched for black,
but it's not obvious that black cannot play on here.
Yeah.
And judging from Gukesh's past judgments,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be entirely unlikely. So this is the current position.
I still think it's most likely he will just make a draw here.
You think it will end in a draw?
I think he will just make a draw here. I don't know, but because he did realize that he was losing probably before.
You think so?
I mean, he was also winning before, but yeah, maybe not. Yeah.
He probably realized that he was winning, or at least had very good chances, but it was never really obvious how it was lost. Yeah. Like 91, I assume both players missed, which I think, it's nothing special. But other than that, it was very unclear from a human standpoint. Yeah, so Ding offered a threefold repetition, and now we're waiting for Gukesh to decide if he wants to go for the draw or even to play on. Yeah, objectively the position is still better apparently for white. If he didn't go for queen d4, we briefly discussed that before. Instead of queen d4, there was bishop d4, and after knight c6, now bishop b6. But and then queen c5 is coming, but okay, that is not that obvious. to go bishop d4. Also, the king on d2 now looks quite unsafe because the queen is not helping in the defense at all.
And the bishop is randomly on b6.
Yeah. So here bishop b6. But I mean, I would have expected Ding to, I don't know, just catch a small breath and
yeah, and think about it. Yeah,
because he played queen d4 basically a tempo.
Yeah. But okay, maybe he's just happy to survive. Yeah.
I wouldn't blame him. I mean, it was obvious that he was under lots of pressure.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't realize that he was lost. But of course, it would be important in a match to also seize the chances when you get them and not. I mean, you were lost before or you were under a lot of pressure, but then to realize that now is the time to actually turn the tables around.
Yeah.
But that's of course a very hard thing to do. And
wow,
Kukash played queen a2.
Wow.
Okay, so the game continues and everything can happen.
He's playing on. Sick. Blunder, this is, yeah?
Sorry?
This is a blunder.
Objectively, it's a blunder, yeah? But
I just know how Lichess chat looks like right now. Everyone just screaming blunder.
But the position is still objectively around balanced, yeah? So it's not like...
Also, it's pretty cool. Yeah, just like, so, wow, this was also... wait, no, sorry, I'm hallucinating. But,
Rook c2 was...
Yeah,
is on the board, yeah. Okay, kind of an obvious move, just defending the check and controlling the second rank. And now queen a6. And it's just a total mess. Anything can happen here. Even though, yeah, I mean, I can totally understand Kukash for going here because the king on d2 is always quite unsafe. And
he probably feels like he's not risking much here or something. And white is much harder to play here.
Yeah, and he's probably right. So I'm guessing that Ding will now take a little bit of time. Since it will be quite an adjustment. Yeah, I think, I mean, maybe he was already, at least he was hoping for a draw, and maybe even expecting it. So I assume that he will now take some time, which means that we will go on another break. It might be our last one. So yeah, stay tuned everyone, and we'll be back in around 10 minutes. So see you then. and welcome back everyone to the broadcast of the FIDE World Chess Championship match 2024. And after our short break, we missed a couple of moves, so let's jump right in. We were at the position where, shockingly, at least to us, both players repeated a couple of times, 2 times to be exact, just to make the time control. And here, Gukesh didn't want to draw. He went out of the move repetition, played queen e2 check, rook c2, queen e6, and here was the moment we went on a break. And Ding did take some time, and in the end, he ended up going for the pawn on a5, which I think is...
Yeah, that was what I was wondering about right before we went for the break. Yeah, if he could just take it. So apparently he just can, yeah?
Yeah, that happened in the game. So this is the current position after b3, attacking white's rook, and I guess he could go to either c3 or b2. But rook b2 looks very logical, just blockading the pawn.
Yeah, that feels most natural somehow, just to block it.
Because after rook c3, maybe there's already b2, even though king c2 might be there.
Rook c3 feels suspicious somehow, yeah? Like, you're really asking for some trick here. Like, I don't see it, but maybe, like, no.
It does look wrong, yeah.
Like, maybe something like knight c4 all of a sudden works. Okay, it doesn't work here, I guess, but I think only because you can take with the rook, and then after queen e2, you have queen e2 back. But I think, like, after dc, I'm already winning, no? Because then queen e2 and...
Queen where?
Like, knight c4, if you take back with the pawn on c4, then queen e2 is winning, no? Like,
yeah,
for
but
example.
What do I do after knight c4?
Yeah, rook takes... I thought queen e2, but it doesn't even work.
Yeah, queen e2, I promote.
Yeah.
So maybe knight c4.
Or is even... Okay, I really don't like this knight rook c3.
Okay, I can. My queen is also hanging. That's a bit of an issue. I mean, maybe I can take, but yeah, this is all. And Ding played rook c1 now, which I guess rook c1 or rook b2 have both points to be made. And after rook c1 now, b2 probably doesn't work because he can just blockade the pawn with rook b1 and most likely pick it up in the next move.
So, rook c1, yeah, okay.
So Gukesh did lose a pawn in the whole process, but still now the pawn is advanced to b3 and black's pieces are all fairly well coordinated, it seems.
Yeah, but how do you continue?
Yeah, maybe that's of course.
Does that bring some threats? Or?
Bishop h5, yeah, with some ideas on e2. But are there actually any threats? That's the question.
Rook c3 was indeed losing on the spot to b2, according to chat.
And after king c2?
Let me see. Not knight c4, but queen g4.
And you're just going after the pawn on e2.
And but then, this is an example of how bad it can go for white, because the position hasn't even changed so much, like with the live position, but here black is just completely winning.
Yeah.
You just pick up all the pawns, I guess.
Yeah, so rook c1 is on the board, and this is still the live position. And you mentioned bishop h5 here, and to have some tricks on e2. I was wondering if I
only play for tricks, so
I was wondering if I can go queen b4 here to have queen e4 maybe in some cases.
Yeah, that looks annoying. This queen e4 is an annoying resource.
And these sacrifices probably don't really work. Like I can maybe take with the pawn, and after queen e2, I guess my king is
it's just a check.
Fairly safe, yeah. Yeah, so bishop h5, if it doesn't work concretely, it's probably more misplaced here.
Yeah. No, it's just my style, so I was just wondering. But probably not a good move. Yeah.
But what else? Can you centralize your queen, maybe with queen d5?
Mm-hmm. Also threatening something.
I'm threatening b2, yeah?
Yeah.
When after the rook moves, there is knight c4. So maybe again queen b4?
Yeah, I was thinking queen c3, but maybe queen b4 also.
Because with, I mean, I have queen e4 like as an emergency option in some cases.
Yeah, you could imagine, like, let's say queen b4, queen g2, that you might want to bail out with queen e4.
If I can, yeah, if I'm not losing any material.
I mean, you are losing material there, because I think I have b2
and bishop a2, yeah?
a2, yes. But okay,
and
then
it will be a draw, yeah?
Be a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, otherwise you will just come after my kingside pawns.
So what else is there after queen d5? Although I don't feel like Ding is still looking for anything more than a draw, so if he sees something that's a draw, he just goes for it.
I think queen b4 would be very much in his liking, yeah. But not in Gukesh's liking, yeah?
No. So how would Gukesh continue after queen b4? Maybe bishop g6
yeah,
once again.
Maybe, yeah. Now again, some ideas with
threat.
knight takes d3.
I mean, maybe not even knight takes, but even bishop takes.
Or bishop takes, yeah.
So wait, who's Gukesh still thinking? Yeah, 20 minutes. So queen d5 is the best, yeah? I see.
It's the best move, queen d5.
I mean, it's also most natural, yeah, centralizing.
Yeah, centralizing. I have ideas with knight c4, and also queen g2 is there, yeah, after queen d5.
I see what the top engine line is just the line that we just discussed with the where black regains the exchange, but it's opposite color bishop engine.
Okay, so it was queen d5, queen b4, and after queen g6, queen e4. This was the line we just had, in case you are just joining the stream, and yeah.
But also bishop g6 is fine for black, and that seems like a more Gukesh way of playing because it keeps the game alive.
Yeah, bishop g6. I thought that queen d4 looks logical, and now maybe queen g2. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to go. Yeah. And queen f2. You just keep chasing me.
I can chase you, but I was worried about queen a8 here, and then the queen might come into a2. I didn't see how to meet that threat.
Yeah, that looks a bit annoying.
Because bishop a7 looks somewhat ridiculous.
Okay, there's no shot at bishop a7.
Yeah,
like worst case knight c6.
Knight c6 also, yeah.
Yeah, not so easy still.
Yeah, this
I
queen
think queen d5 will be played.
Yeah, it does look very logical. And queen c3 is also fine, or is then queen g2 an issue? I think we have moves
queen
on the
g2 doesn't threaten a lot now, right? Queen e5 has been played, yeah.
Queen e5 was played, yeah. You were saying queen c3, queen g2 doesn't threaten a lot?
But it does threaten because you just want to take my pawns, yeah?
Probably I just want to take them, yeah. Also bishop h5 is probably a threat.
Someone said in chat that I feel Gukash is taking the same risk here, but I think it's not so risky, right? I mean,
yeah, it's still like
not. It's more likely that he will win this than he will lose this. So
yeah, unless he's like over pushing at some point.
okay, there is some extent to which you can push, yeah, but
yeah, but overall it seems like he has the upper hand now. Now Queen c3, Queen g2 does look annoying. Bishop h5 is there.
So okay, let's just go to this Queen b4 idea. Bishop g6, and now what?
And maybe Queen d4 does not have to be played.
How bad is Bishop d4?
And if Knight c6, just take.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So if Knight c6, you just take here, and all of a sudden White is a pawn up.
I am wondering if after Bishop d4 you can take Bishop takes d3, but it's not so clear.
Maybe I can also take on e5, yeah?
Yeah, and then I wanted to go to c4, but I'm not sure if I have a follow-up. Probably not. Yeah, just king e1 and although still some b2, but
King e1, yeah?
yeah, and then
I would also have a perpetual with black if I want.
Yes.
But I was thinking about king c3 here. Can I do that?
Surely there has to be something here.
Queen e5, king c4.
And then
b2,
b2. Yeah.
But if I move the rook to, let's say, e1.
Maybe I'm going a bit too far here as black, yeah. Yeah, so this is how you lose the game.
So bishop d4.
Starting to get a little dark. We turn on the light.
And queen b4 was played. Queen b4 is on the board.
Yeah, so actually it seems like this bishop d4 does manage to kill the game pretty convincingly.
Yeah.
Because apparently after bishop d4, knight c6 is the only move that keeps the balance even. And yeah, white can just take on c6 and it's just a draw. Or even queen c5 is possible apparently, instead of taking. But okay, he will just take on c6. But
okay.
I guess.
Yeah, that would be my assumption. Queen c5 is kind of asking for it.
So then it's not so easy for Gugash to actually keep the game going, no? Because we're starting to run out of ideas.
Yeah, I agree, especially if queen e4 is coming, yeah.
I mean, yeah, bishop d4 is coming, queen e4 is coming, and I don't see how you can stop everything. f5, no, okay, that cannot be.
Yeah, also bishop d4.
Yeah. Although, but you are keeping bishop on f7, so
yeah.
b3 is protected.
Then
but
after
still,
bishop
it feels
d4.
f5 feels also like a good try to lose the game by opening up this diagonal.
Yeah. Also now I might have queen c5 again, this idea.
Like f5 is completely losing, yeah? Queen d4 and white is just winning. No, you cannot you cannot move this f pawn.
Queen d4 even now, yeah.
No, it already felt completely
yeah,
bad
it's kind
to
of
open
desperate,
it.
yeah. Yeah, let's see if Gukesh can come up with a way to keep the game going. But it would now be quite risky, yeah, most likely.
It would start to get risky.
I mean, can I go king h8? I know it's... I know it looks wrong, but... Queen g2 was played. Queen g2 is on the board.
Yeah, so I guess he will go queen e4 now, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm checking. I see that there's also other engine options, like just bishop d6 is apparently fine. But okay, there's no way that ever gets played.
Yeah, bishop d6 is hard to...
Or bishop f8 is also fine.
Bishop f8.
For the record.
I'm just wondering if the endgame after queen e4, if I take, if black doesn't force the draw with b2, if black can try something here, like, I don't know, just bring the king on the king side, like, let's say king g6.
Well, you're starting to risk it again, no?
Is he? Like, if black just stays, can he end up in trouble?
Okay, but bishop d4 or something?
Knight c4.
King c3?
Knight d6, maybe.
Okay, maybe I should have gone to no. Yeah, maybe I should have gone to d3 actually. But...
Yeah.
I don't know. This feels like it could go wrong for black also.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Because I mean, I do have these double pawns, but as soon as you move your knight, I can always try to get rid of them with e5. In a good moment, like I don't have to rush even. And my rook gets in your position. No, I don't. This looks wrong somehow.
So Ding is still thinking after queen g2. Probably just double checking if everything works after queen e4.
Yeah, no, after queen e4 takes, the only move for black is b2. The rest is losing.
Even losing, yeah?
I mean, it was giving +2. It just dropped to +1.5, but it's clear that white is pushing.
Interesting.
You might be able to hold on, but... So you really have to go for this b2 idea.
Yeah.
So I guess in the end we will reach a draw actually quite soon anyway.
Yeah, your prediction is will most likely turn out to be true. Many twists and turns, but in the end, peaceful outcome it's quite likely.
That will happen every day, I guess.
Yeah, but at least from an entertainment standpoint, it's more exciting.
It's not boring draws, yeah.
Yeah. So other than queen e4, you said bishop d6 is also okay, but...
Yeah, so, the engine just came up with another suggestion, king e3.
King e3, yeah. Very human suggestion.
Yes. And if queen h2, queen h4, and white is better.
Because now you force the trade of queens, yeah? Queen e4
yeah. And I can even take with the king, which is, of course, very
much
nice.
better version, yeah. But okay, after king e3, I mean, I guess knight g4 will also... this is hanging, yeah? This is
no, king e3, I mean, there's several options, but like, okay, I mean, I don't know, computer chess, let's not take it too seriously.
Yeah, I guess that's a good way of stopping it here. And Ding played queen e4. It's on the board.
So if Gukesh starts thinking now after DE, then it becomes interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think he will realize that he really has to go for it now. Yes, they're blitzing out now.
It's on the board, yeah. And bishop a2 on the board. So most likely players will agree on a draw. Since they already passed move 40, they can do so.
Yeah, well, what a game again.
Yeah.
What a roller coaster.
Kukish was winning, Ding was winning, and in the end.
Yeah, draw agreed, yeah.
A draw agreed, yeah. So yeah, as you said, I mean, so many twists and turns. Maybe we can just briefly recap what happened. So yeah, the opening was already quite unorthodox. This line with bishop e4, which is still being played, which has still been played quite a couple of times. But here, this move g3 is already quite rare, and Kukish then showed some pretty interesting preparation by going for this move f6, just stabilizing the center, and later on being able to gain more space with d5. And yeah, Ding managed to come up with this, I would say, pretty interesting and non-standard idea with going knight e1 to attack the center with f4. But I would say that Kukish reacted really well by going rook e8, stepping out of the pin. And after f4, here was the critical moment that Kukish just decided he doesn't want to have any pressure on his own center, but rather he wants to give white the central pawns. But now, actually, it turns out that Ding's pawns will be under a lot of pressure, and Black Kukish did, in fact, have quite active piece play here. And the next critical moment arose after Ding missed his move b5 after rook b1. Rook b1 was, in fact, a big inaccuracy, and what Ding most likely missed is that after b5, c takes b5, Kukish has queen b6 check, an intermediate check, and forcing the king to move. And now after c takes b5, the position all of a sudden becomes very dangerous for white, because black can just advance his pawns, and on top of that, the pawn on a2 is a big weakness. But then Ding came up with some very good defensive moves here. After bishop d4, the computer was screaming that knight d to c5 is in fact winning, because in some instances the knight is actually on d7 somewhat in the way, but it was not very intuitive for any of us, and also not for Kukish, to keep the knight on the rim, and instead he captured with the knight from a6. And here, after one more bad decision here, after rook c1, bishop e3 basically gave a full move to Dingelbrand queen e1, which most likely Kukish missed or underestimated. And yeah, now all of a sudden the queen is coming to f2. And this pin on the knight and the queen was actually very hard for black to handle. Kukish admitted his mistake, went back with the bishop to e6, and after queen f2, rook c8, bishop e3, another strong find by Ding, threatening d4. Rook c7 here, there was one move which was basically lights out, but was very, very tough to spot, which was knight e1, not the most human move, I would say. The point is just if white wants to prepare d4. Let's say black does something like this, d4, and now after knight a6, d5, rook takes c1 is not happening with the check. So this is the whole point of knight e1. But Ding understandably went for knight d4, which is also a good move. And then we reached this position, which the computer still gives a big advantage for white, but this in fact is a very, very complicated position, because black also does have his own trumps. And yeah, after a couple of more moves, players, even though Kukish went out of the repetition, a couple of more moves later, there was no way for Kukish to keep on playing, unless he wanted even to lose the game. Here after queen g2, Ding played queen e4 check, and here we have this outcome with opposite color bishops, and here the game concluded in a draw. So yeah, Thomas, did I forget to mention anything about the game today?
I think it was pretty, I think the recap was pretty fast and pretty, like everything was in it, I guess.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I'm also glad that you were on the stream today. I had a really good time commenting together with you. And as far as I know, you'll be joining us tomorrow again for the stream.
Yes.
So guys, we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European time, with Kukish having the white pieces tomorrow. So I assume it's going to be another big fight. The score is still leveled after 8 games. It's 4-4. So yeah, the match is heating up. It's coming to slowly reaching the final rounds, and I'm really excited to be back tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, so tune in tomorrow, 10 a.m., and I'll be excited to host the stream again then. So see you then, guys, and take care. Bye.